about 50% of the time it's not reproducible.
It says that about psychology and psychiatry.
Well, that's what the research has said about psychology for the last 10 years, Steve. About half of it is not reproducible. So what the problem is, we don't know which half. Which means you have to just assume everything you read is not reproducible. And
No. If it's just about half, I assume over half is reproducible.
No, it's actually slightly less than half. It's like 49% is reproducible. But how do you know which is reproducible?
I don't know. I didn't read the article. Did you?
Of course, I've read these articles like over and over.
You have? Wow.
Yeah.
You very rarely do that. I mean, you very rarely post one article in the group chat that you've read the whole thing. Now you've posted 6. So you've read all 6 articles.
Yeah, I've read at least the abstract, right? To get to the nuts.
The abstract? What does that mean?
That's the summary that's put at the top.
The summary.
Wait,
Okay.
You don't know what an abstract is?
I know what a summary is.
Yeah, but in an academic paper, it's called an abstract. You don't know what an abstract is, Steve. It means you haven't read 3 academic papers in your life. That's scary.
I would like to point out.
Sean, go ahead.
The abstract is not at all reading the paper. So I just like to point out that Benjamin was very clear that he had read all of these papers multiple times. And now we're talking about at least.
And when I followed up with one question, it was, well, I read the abstract. So
yeah, I just like to point out, Steve, at least I know what the abstract is.
All right. I was just going to say, point well taken. Who said that they wanted to talk about something else? Who said that, please?
This is
Shamash. Okay, Shamash, why don't you take a minute or two and we'll move on to Adrian and Richard. Go ahead, Shamash.
Something else. I wanted to chime in on Joanna's question about how is it that people are attracted to other people. And despite Benjamin's, remarks about the trustworthiness of psychology, there is a branch of psychology called attachment theory. Joanna, if you want to look into it. It's a brilliant thing, and in summary, it turns out that you are attracted to the person who has complementary characteristics to your parent of the opposite sex. So this is what happens.
Thank you, and I've said many times that quite often the best relationships are not when both people are the same, but that doesn't mean when both people are different, i.e. opposite attracts. What that means is, and thank you for pointing it out, for example, a classic example is me and Alfonso. My weaknesses are his strengths, and my strengths are his weaknesses. Quite often, the best relationships are exactly what was just described, where most people complement each other. Together, they are perfect. There's an old saying when you're talking about boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, best friends. Are each of them perfect? Generally, no. Are they perfect together? There you go. That was a very good point. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but let me just add
Yeah,
one more
sure.
thing. But it's about happiness and perfection. It's not really a guarantee or a requirement. Some people would love to stay in a relationship where they are hurt simply because this is the pattern that they have experienced in childhood. So you have to. This is a very subtle area where you go fix 2 people on paper, for example, 2 friends. And you're like, oh, of course they will like each other, fantastic. And then one of them ends up saying, oh, they were a little bit boring. What they're really expressing is, oh, they did not hurt me in the same way that I was hurt as a kid, and they seem a little bit healthy for me. That is what psychology, at least, preaches these days.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Thank you. Let's move on to Adrian.
Hey, Uncle.
Adrian.
Good morning,
Hey.
Uncle Steve. Hey, loving the room. I have a great book in front of me. It's called Native American Wisdom, edited by Kent Nerburn. I just want to read one entry. I think you'll find it interesting because this is a Native American perspective on religion and
As long
psychology.
as it's less than 60 seconds.
Yeah, it is. It says, "We have men among us like the whites who pretend to know the right path, but will not consent to show it without pay. I have no faith in their paths, but believe that every man must make his own path." That's by Blackhawk. The next one says, "We do not want churches because they will teach us to quarrel about God, as the Catholics and Protestants do. We do not want to learn that. We may quarrel with men sometimes about things on this earth, but we never quarrel about God. We do not want to learn that." That's Chief Joseph. So, without multiple perspectives, and that means cultural or even historical, I don't know how anybody on this app can ever declare an absolute truth. Or whenever you hear somebody say always, that is an absolute red flag, because in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, which is what a lot of people use for therapeutic purposes, the CBT tells you that all or nothing statements are cognitive distortion disorders. So I have done a lot of all or nothing thinking in my life, and now I try to let it go. I try to let my thoughts go and move quicker to achieve what I want to achieve, which is really a state of nothingness. And I just want to let the universe manifest my objective or what I'm going to do. I don't, my mom just recently walked into a metal pole. She's doing a house reconstruction. And I said, the reason why you walked into that metal pole is because you're thinking about too many things. You're not situationally aware. You're not here. You're not being here now, which is what Ram Dass says. Be here now, be here now, be here now. That's the purpose of all psychotherapeutic training is awareness training, sensitivity training, is to be here now. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you. There are a few absolutes that I subscribe to, and Alfonso and I have disagreed with that, but that's okay. For example, if you attempt to walk through a wall, it's basically absolute. You're not going to be able to do that, although when you talk to philosophers...
We're listening to his response. I'll come back to you guys in a second.
It's an absolute truth. If you have a bowling ball in your hand and you're in the earth and you drop the bowling ball, it's going to hit the ground as long as there's nothing between your hand and the bowling ball. That is an absolute truth, although philosophers will tell you, well, it's possible that the next time you do it, that won't happen. If you put someone's head underwater for an hour, they're going to die. That's an absolute truth. If you slit someone's wrist and let all the blood drain out of it without medical treatment, they're going to die. That's an absolute. So I do believe that there are certain absolutes in their life, but to follow what Adrian said, few, but there are definitely some. Let's go to Richard. Good morning, Richard. It's a pleasure to see you back on Ask the Atheist. What would you do?
Okay, what's up, Doc? How are you doing? Are you there? Welcome to the Benjamin G. Troll Show.
Yeah, I'm here. I was Googling. I thought I was off mic.
Yeah, what are you doing? I'm just blazing, drinking some coffee. Wish I had some beer and orange juice.
Mimosas, that sounds good.
beer champagne. It's the Miller High Life champagne of cocktail beers.
Right on, man. I wonder if that'd actually be good if you get a ratio of like just the right amount of orange, juice in it, the right amount of champagne, and the right amount of beer. That'd actually be pretty good if you can get the ratios right.
Yeah, I'd say it's like 3 parts orange juice, 7 parts beer, and like a splash of champagne.
Yeah, because the champagne's gonna be super sweet.
Well, the orange juice.
You won't need as much champagne because the champagne's so damn sweet.
The orange juice really overrides the overall flavor component. You no longer taste the beer when you pour orange juice into it, which I think is a good thing, because honestly, the taste of beer to me is. So I think, did you hear the clip of Elon Musk calling me out, saying there's a fake Adrian Dittman on Clubhouse and they should ban him, motherfuckers? It's kind of funny.
Is it on X that he tweeted about it?
No, it's on YouTube. I'm recording him, and he's like reading the comment section of his room, and he goes, "There is a fake Adrian Dittman account on Clubhouse impersonating you. Motherfuckers! Those fucking motherfuckers!" It was so funny.
No, I ain't heard that one. You gotta send me a link and put it all on my other phone.
I gotta find it. I don't know which YouTube account I put it on. I think I put it on my main one.
Shit, I think I'd have a fucking stored shortcut on my fucking desktop for that bit. I was gonna go to fucking church this morning, but I just don't feel like getting out there, man. It's 100% overcast, and it's been raining since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's still raining. I just don't want to get out in the mix. Oh, God forgives me.
Just create a room and run your own church service.
Because it always turns into debauchery.
Well, just manage it.
I don't really open up rooms. I mean, I still probably only open up maybe a dozen rooms for years now. Nobody ever comes in, so I fucking just close it down, or I sit there and listen to my music for fucking, I don't know, 3 hours.
Yeah, but people do come in. I mean, this is proof in the pudding.
Well, when I'm in the social butterfly, people will come into rooms and they'll chase me down. Whether they want to love me or hate me, they chase me down. I know, that's all too much of a reality. But, I don't know. Going back over and over the whole, I don't know what you called it, but the thing where the more you talk, the further away from the truth you get.
Mm-hmm.
But, I keep pondering, well, without talking, how do you convey the truth that you come to understand?
I think you just got to play music. That's because when Alan Watts said, "That's not reality, this is reality." Dong! So you have to, that guy Heronstone on here who says we're brain damaged language monkeys?
Probably.
Well, that's what you have to try to do, is basically put on a show and become an entertainer, as opposed to having these casual conversations which do take you far away from the truth. If you want to demonstrate the truth, you have to show the self. In many ways, self-deprecation is the greatest form of flattery, or the greatest form of hypnosis, because when you can make fun of the self,
I've always had self-deprecating humor. I agree with that one. I've always said, my mom used to get mad at me because I used to say, I'm not as dumb as I look and I'm not as stupid as I think I am. And to me, that's a self-deprecating humor, because I know I'm not dumb and I know I'm not stupid,
Mm-hmm.
But, it used to piss her off when I would say that around people. It's like, I told you, stop saying that. I'm like, man, you have no fucking sense of humor, woman.
Yeah, I just talked to my mom the other day, and man, she said some of the nastiest shit to me, and I was really angry, and then I went to this guy Heronstone's room, and I told him, and he's like, I miss my mom so much. My mom passed away, 4 years ago, and I was like, he's like, you have no idea. He's like, be as kind to her as possible. He said
that.
Yeah. So, anyways, I agreed with him, and the rage. Yeah, the rage abated. But then I texted my sister, and I told my sister what my mom said, And I said, when she becomes totally whacked, I was like, we can put her in an assisted living facility, just like the way she put her mother in a. Anyways,
In a nursing home. Yeah.
and my sister's like, is everything okay? Are you paying your bills? Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm like, everything is fine. I'm like, everything is fine here. I was like, but mom has like a trolling brain, and she wants to like pick at the fish, poke at the fish, and to try to figure out what's really happening. I was like, all is well. I was like, but mom is a troll.
Why aren't you married? You need to get a good.
No, she would never say that. She would never say that.
Really?
Or she doesn't want me to have
Really?
kids. She doesn't want to be a grandmother. Oh, absolutely not.
Wow. I've never heard. Well, I mean, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. She does not want any of that. She doesn't want any change. I think she just wants like, she's content, but she doesn't want any more.
Ride that horse out into that sunset.
Yeah, she doesn't want any additional responsibility or any type of fear of added responsibility. She,
Dude, I guarantee if you ever got a girl knocked up and you end up having a kid, that woman would be all up your tailbone trying to come over and see that baby every chance she could. I
Oh
guarantee.
yeah. I guarantee it too.
She says she don't, but I bet you she does.
No, that's instinctual. I'm just saying is my mom is just like me, that like, but she trolls me in the way that I troll everyone else. And she's the only one who can get away with it with me because she's my mom. And I'm so conditioned that like we have a toxic relationship because she acts immature. Yeah, she acts immature to me and then I act immature to her. It's not professional.
Yeah. My mom was the one that could get under my skin better than anybody.
Yeah.
Like literally. I mean, we didn't talk for fucking 9 years.
That's a long time.
From the time I was 30 to 39, we didn't talk. No phone call, no email, no nothing.
I read in a book once, it said the first woman every man falls in love with is his mother. So it's like from that perspective, like your first bonding is your mother, and therefore she's like your first toxic relationship with a woman. Welcome, Creekside.
Yeah. But for me, but the thing is, Adrian, like for me, my mom was married to my brother's dad first, and then she was married to my dad, and then divorced, and then it was like from the time I was like 3 till I was 13, she was single, and it was just like literally me and her because my brother was a fuck up and always in trouble, at a very young age. But like then she married my dad, and then broke up with him, and they got married again. But I always felt like I was her fallback boyfriend, without the Oedipus complex issues. But the idea that, like she was trying to train me to be the guy that she wanted to find to marry. And I was like, oh, but when I decided to like break away from that and join the military, and when I came back from the military and I was still very independent away from her, that was when the tumultuousness between our relationship happened because she didn't want to acknowledge my independence and she wanted me to be that kid she's still raising rather than reflecting on the fact that she has a 35-year-old son that just came back from war. And
Yeah.
she would treat me like I was like 16. And that was
So-
when I was like, I can't deal with it anymore.
So did you responded in, my sister, she's dealing with this complicated situation, and I said, only thing you can do is be kind and have wisdom. And it's like, that's like the best advice you can give, because if you are kind to someone that you really hate and is horribly annoying to you, if you're kind to that person, you're being kind to yourself. Because if you clash and create friction with that person, now you're no longer even being kind to yourself. You're causing even more problems for yourself. And so you have to like get around and do a pincer movement. When you're in the infantry, do you know how many times you do that pincer, like the right column 90-degree angle attack, where
I know what a pincer tank maneuver is. Yes.
not pincer, but anyways, you get my point. Meaning that to win in the conflict, you have to essentially circumnavigate, and that means
You got to outflank.
yeah, you got to flank them. And so psychological flanking is what is required in these relationships. And I think the only way to psychologically flank is to let it go and let it go quickly and find a way to get it out of your brain, because it is the sticky hair baby problem where whatever they throw at you sticks to you and you can't get rid of it. So you have to figure out these methods to psychologically cleanse and take a shower and then come back out fully baptized. And every time I take a hot bath or take a shower, I'm like, okay, this is my baptism. I'm a new man. I'm not thinking about anything from the past. I have no new thoughts. I'm a fully new self. Like this is my newest updated model, and everything in the past. I mean, that's a bad way to say it, but you see what I'm saying? Where that baptism.
Well, at some point you figure out like certain parts of your life are moot points and it's not worth like pondering upon.
Right. But the problem is the brain is constantly auto-generating thoughts. And so you have to be very aware of that, and then you're back in the now and you're no longer living in this thought projection.
Well, I mean, like I don't bring like when somebody jades me, I don't bring up their name anymore. That's the number one first rule I have to, because if I'm bringing up their name or talking about them, I'm giving them power when they're not even there. Like that means they're renting space in my head, and I don't want to invoke that. Like, you know, I don't talk about the devil. I don't talk about like, you know, people that have done me wrong, unless we're on a specific topic about, you know, some one specific kind of thing that, oh, that reminds me, I got done kind of the same way. But that's the only way I'll tell you, like, you know, how I dealt with it. But other than that, you know, I just let it be. But other than that, Creekside, what do you got going on, man? How are you doing this morning?
Sorry, guys. I'm good. I'm waking up here. Maybe take a little bit of bong rips.
Oh, man.
You know, I don't really know. It's Sunday, my day off, and so I'm trying to, you know, not really think of too much. Just hang out, recoup. I do landscaping. I do lots of physical labor, so let's get let the body rest. I've done that my whole life, man. Unfortunately, I'm intelligent in certain ways, but like my math skills suck. I would be an engineer if I was better at math, but I'm pretty much destined to be working stiff for the rest of my life. You know.
How are you bad at math if you have Google?
Yeah, I know. Just once I get past algebra, I struggle, you know, and
how often do you use algebra? Like, unless you're doing like building a deck and like using Pythagorean theorem to figure out like the square of a quarter or something.
I went to the University of Montana about 8 years ago thinking I could, you know, actually do something and shit, and that was the one class that fucked me. And in college, they don't have any sympathy for you, dude. You're fucked. And so I just dropped out and, I don't know, pursued a different hobby. Not hobby, like the profession. Like, I just use my strengths, you know. So like I like boating and shit. I like shallow water boating on the rivers in Montana. So I worked for the county for 5 years and fucking left, took bought a fucking extrusion welder for $5,000, went off to training class in Itasca, Illinois, and that's why I'm over in Northwest Montana, so I could build boats. Got my business registered with the state. It's Mountain Polytech, and yeah, that's the plan, man. So.
You need to write that one down. I'll look up your stuff. I love extrusion welding.
Do you?
I grew up in a business building boats.
Well, yeah.
Not me, but my family, and you know, I'd spend time with them during the summers.
Yeah.
But
that's one of the high density polyethylene boats. They're affordable. They're tough as shit, and you know they're
polyethylene. Well, poly means many, but what's ethylene? I don't know that. I mean, I know how to do like carbon fiber in a vacuum bag, or you know, in molds and stuff like that, or resin and
yeah, that's all composite
stuff. Yeah, that's like that was our family business was Adams Composite.
Nice. right. So yeah, composite materials are cool. For me, I wanted to do things like that, man. I was searching. I don't know. My best friend passed away in 2018, and fucking we'd always smoked pot and shit like that. You know, we'd always done shit like that. You know, but he got into meth. You know, he kind of didn't stop. He got into meth and already struggling with mental health. He took his own life, and so I fucking was like, wow.
I hate that for you, man. Dude, I've lost a lot of friends to a very similar story.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like I'm a little bit responsible for that because as a group, dude, you know, when we were kids, we fucking were awesome. We would go do fun stuff, but when we got to be teenagers, we kind of got into drugs and partying, and I think maybe we put too much effort into that shit, and as a result, dude, fucking, you know, I've lost, you know, Leon and a couple of other friends. They're not doing so well mentally either. You know, they have their own struggles, and I realized that maybe I should fucking start putting my things that I'm interested in, like I should start focusing on healthy hobbies. So I got into boating on shallow water rivers in eastern Montana. I tried taking this aluminum boat down the river, and I fucking hit a rock shelf and popped a hole in it. So I realized I couldn't do aluminum. So I tried to find the right material, getting back to composites. And I realized composites are so expensive, and they're almost impossible to repair correctly. I wanted a boat that could mass produce. Well, okay, but like
I'll tell you right now, the reason I say no is because like if you had like a 36-foot contender with like, you know, 3 250 horse Yamahas on the back of it, you were coming back at night for fishing, you were coming through the channel, and there was like a channel marker, and you hit it with your boat going like 40 miles an hour, it's wrecking your boat.
Yeah.
But like, you know, but our company, or my uncle, well, he's actually my cousin, but I call him uncle, because he's so older. But he would take that 30, and they would bring it back to brand fucking new.
That's awesome. For me, it wasn't just about that. Composites are quite expensive, as you know, and pretty complex. High-density polyethylene is just, you know, it's like what milk jugs are made out of. It's just it's a certain type of plastic that is just really tough.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It has a certain recycle symbol.
Yes, it does. I believe it's number. I have a milk
It's
jug.
like 3 or 5 or something like that.
Yeah, and so and it's basically what the cheap kayaks are made out of. It's number 2, high HDPE. And by the way, if you're like trying to not get poisoned by plastic, that's what you should be drinking your water out of if you're choosing. Like that's the same. I'm not lying, man. I'm not lying. It's like non-toxic. It's the PET, the really, really clear, like water bottle plastic and Gatorade bottle plastic. That's the toxic shit. But I was just gonna get back to. I wanted to build boats that were affordable and tough and repairable. And so
What's your average cost of boat that you can do today?
So that's the thing, man. That's been kind of. I started this journey right before COVID, and so originally the boats were going to be. So you know, you have to have a certain weight, a certain width, and a certain length for it to be legal, and so they're going to be 10, 12, and 14 foot John boat type boats, but made out of high density polyethylene with different framing. It'll be longitudinal framing. And I wanted to make them around $1,000. Now, since COVID's hit, I got to go a little bit up, but I'm trying to do what the kayaks and canoes do and try to be so affordable that it has wide adoption. You know what I mean? And so that's the point, is to have them American made and have as affordable as possible.
I would start with one model. Model 1 would be the 12. I'm not sure about the 10, maybe the 14, but if you can make the 12 work, then you know that you can make the 14 work. And then if you ever want to go back and make a 10, you would. But I would start with the 12 because that's like where I live in Georgia, the most average size John boat you could find.
I agree with that, man. I came up with that. Not only that, the Coast Guard has a bunch of restrictions. Like, as your boat gets shorter, you have to make it wider now. Because, like, these boats will have no engine on them as they're sold, but they'll be made to put an outboard on them or a long-tail mud motor, you know.
Well, like, you know, I have a 17-foot aluminum Basscraft V-hull with a 16 Force Johnson on the back of it. And that motherfucker was speeding like 45 mile an hour, but you're not trying to do anything like that on a flat bottom. So,
Well,
I mean,
honestly, maybe though. Maybe because if you look at a lot of my boats are from Thailand and Vietnam.
If you want to look at like you know what a batto is?
I guess I don't.
Look up the difference between a batto and a john boat.
Okay.
I would say build a 12-foot john boat and a 14-foot batto.
How do you spell that?
I have no fucking clue. I'm just like
It's probably BADO or BAEDO.
No, it's with a T, a batto.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have actually quite a few different designs, man.
No, but a batto is like a john boat mixed with a vehicle. So like the front comes to a point. You know what I'm saying? So if you were actually wanting to put like say a 30 horse on the back of something, like I wouldn't put a 30 horse on the back of a 12-foot john boat, flat boat ever.
You can't
Like
legally.
maybe 15. Actually, not the biggest I'd ever go.
So I have to. I mean, you have to like that's one thing, man. Is you have to literally register with the Coast Guard in order to get that.
Oh, I know how to do it all. Like I said, my family used to build the custom like go fast boats.
Oh,
That goes fast boats for the Coast Guard.
So
Like
with a
government contracted even.
yeah, I can't have my engine rating. You can put a bigger engine on there, but for my rating, I can't exceed 7 horsepower on the horse capacity rating. Because if I gotta consider the boat's got to still be able to have 2 or 3 people in it, gear, and the engine. You know what I mean? So I have to have it.
You put a 5-horse Mercury on the back of a 12-foot, boat. That like in the way that you're talking about the Count Thompson, it's probably just as light as an aluminum boat, or maybe not much.
It's maybe 10% lighter, or I mean more expensive, but I have heavier. But I have
heavier.
Well, high density polyethylene is a little bit heavier, and the reason why is because you have in order to
Density and thickness in order to be able to facilitate the strength of that you need.
Yes, but I have a technique, my friend. I have a technique to where I can use 1/8 inch plastic, but I use a series of folds using V-bevels to create layers to where I can have it, 5/8 inch thick in places where I want it, and thinner in places where I don't want it. But I'm still using the same sheet of plastic. It's using folding and stuff. It's pretty.
I get adding the folds to the strength, just like on body panels on a car.
Just layering, you know what I mean? It's layering and geometric shapes like triangles and squares and hat framing, And
hexagonal, like honeycomb looking.
Like the Boeing and Airbus, like what they have in their planes, they use hollow geometric shapes, like hollow fucking triangles, and hollow hat frames that are just hollow and small that are inside. It's called shell framing. It's aeronautics. Yeah, it's like the space industry uses it, dude. Like that's what I'm talking about using here, and my folds can achieve that, and so they can make these, and it's pretty wild, man. If you go on Mud Motors Max on YouTube, that's my old YouTube channel, and I lost access to it. What?
Oh, I was looking for a pin. Just found one.
Mud Motors Max. Mud space Motors space MAX. And that's my old YouTube channel, bro. And I lost fucking access to it because Google says to have a secondary phone number, and I never took him seriously. And then my computer broke at the same time as I lost my phone. And every time I would try to fucking send my recovery code, to get access to my channel, I would send it to my old computer that was broken, my old phone. So I lost access to it, dude.
There's a forum, Creekside.
What?
There's a forum, you can Google it, that you can email them other verification credentials, and they will manually reset your account. It's time consuming though. Yeah, I have to do it myself. Maryam and Hollister, welcome to the room. We just finished talking about boats. Any other final comments on boats?
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
No, hey, dude, I'm right here with you. No, that was a good conversation. It was only you and me, and then Adrian chimed in every once in a while.
No, I'm talking good about
how to do the podcast, but you know he's not the real one.
No, listen, we'll talk about it again sometime, man. I'm still pursuing it. Like I said, I bought I'm certified in hot air welding, certified in extrusion welding. I got my business registered with the state. I mean, I moved over to Northwest Montana to get this business going, and, you know, I'm hoping to start it next year. So, I mean, this journey is still fucking going, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm giving you an ad, and what I'm saying is, like, dude, I have a failed electric bicycle company myself, and I TIG and I MIG and I build
Doc,
cars now.
post the link.
But
Post the link to your YouTube so Creekside can subscribe to it. And I would encourage you to restart that YouTube, or at least add shorts or all kinds of other content. Do you have access to it?
keep wanting to do that. I got 3 cars I sold today. I'm got a lot of shit done. I'm just waiting for this motherfucking rain to stop to bring a trailer in.
Well, let me put this Google YouTube neurolinguistic implant in your psyche. Get access to that YouTube account as soon as possible, because I just bought a new electric bike, and now I'm going to add my videos of my electric bike to your YouTube electric bike channel, and then we're going to create a new electric bike business.
Nice.
Well, I can teach you to build custom electric batteries. I mean, depending on
No, we're going to buy all of our bikes wholesale and then sell them at discounted prices online. We're in the electric bike shipping business and marketing business.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but unfortunately, Spectre has to supersede your vote and encourage the neurolinguistic implant of getting us access to your electric bike YouTube channel.
Well, when I get these cars gone, I'm actually starting the electric bike company back again, and I'll put a fucking webcam in the motherfucking corner.
Excellent. Our electric bike neurolinguistic YouTube programming implant is complete.
I just gotta say, I'm interested in definitely those bikes. I think those fucking things are cool, but they're expensive, man. I want to get one of those fuckers, so I totally encourage you to do that, because I'm interested in that. Like, I want to zip around on a fucking electric bike. I've been seeing these dudes around Missoula zip around 40 miles an hour. It's fucking crazy, man.
My electric bike company failed in 2012. So, I mean, I know what the new games, you know, the new toys that are on the market are, but, I mean, if I can order parts and then get my pipe bender going in and my welder and build frames, my thing was I built custom bikes for grown men. Like, I built a bike for Shaquille O'Neal that wouldn't crumple underneath them with the wheels or anything, and he'd be able to go like 40 miles an hour and never pedal, but it would be really comfortable for a man that size, that big. And that was my whole thing. Was I was like, you know, custom to big and tall men electric bikes, but it was too early in the game, and not enough people knew about electric bikes to, you know, find people.
No, that's cool. I would start again for sure. It's more of an opportunity, and that's something I have noticed is a lot of these bikes are too small. Even these dirt bikes I've been seeing, like, they're cool, but they're a little small. But, dude, they are fast. They're interesting.
Oh, yeah, Suron, you know, all those, yeah. I mean, I can order the parts from them, but, I mean, I'd probably go through Crystal Light. And they're a U.S. company that builds electric motors and controllers, and, you know, it'd be all electric, but it'd be like the B2. You know what the B2 Stealth Bomber electric bike is? It's like a dirt bike electric style.
I think I've been. Let me look here.
Called the B2 Stealth Bomber electric bike. But they run Crystal Light. Is you know, motors and controllers they run. You know, that's just dope. But yeah, I want to get back into it. Hollister, I'm sorry, you came up on stage. I don't want to keep talking. How are you?
Welcome to the Electric Bike Startup Room. We are a Chinese wholesale corporation dedicated to giving Americans affordable wholesale electric bicycles. This is Adrian Dittman. I am the co-founder of Electric Bike. I want to thank my.
America seems better. It's probably going to be hard to make it affordable, but I think it's possible,
Well,
man.
but yeah, when you got the idea that you're buying a $3,000 bicycle, and you can buy a $3,000 used Honda, a lot of people, depending on their socioeconomic status, are definitely not going to buy the bicycle. But if you're rocking around in a $120,000 Escalade, the idea of spending $3,000 on a bike that is like everything you ever wanted out of a bicycle as a grown man, and you don't sweat because you're just riding around pulling it like it just has a throttle like a motorcycle, and they're fun as fuck. I mean, I got like 4,000 miles on my prototype. I took it apart. I still have it though.
So I bought a bike off of eBay, an electric bike that retails for about $700, brand new. I paid probably $300 for it, half price, 50% off. But it's used. It's got dings and rust. But
You have to tell me what battery is in it.
I'd have to look at it. I'm gonna take some pictures of it and try to tighten it up.
Is it nickel cadmium?
No
is it
idea.
Lithium?
No idea. But yeah.
Metal hydrate. Like it's like the battery chemistry is where you get stuck at.
I'm just concerned that I have to take it to a bike shop because they had to take the front wheel
I
off.
can tell you how to fix it.
Okay, yeah, great. Then once I get out of my house, I'm gonna text you. So Hollister, Cuckoo, Maryam, if you want to come up and say anything, this is the Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale Room. Thanks for coming. This is co-CEO Adrian Dittman with my co-founders Doc and Creekside. We're a new, exciting, and electric startup bike corporation based out of Chicago, Illinois, Georgia, and Creekside is in Montana or Wyoming. Where are you at, Creekside? Where's our western?
Montana.
Okay, yeah, our western manufacturing and distribution center is in Montana. And, we are a very quick startup. We fail every 10 seconds.
What you're thinking of? I'm thinking about this is what you're talking about.
Is my rabbi here?
It wasn't polyethylene. It was poly.
Oh my God, Rabbi, perfect. You can bless the new business.
What are you talking about?
The poly, plastic.
High density polyethylene?
Ethylene.
Wait, before you guys go back into technical communication, I want to welcome our rabbi who's going to bless the new Electric Bike Startup Corporation. Rabbi, can you please give us your Sunday morning blessings? He is a Greek Orthodox Jordanian falafel shawarma maker, but he's also a part-time fake rabbi. So Rabbi, Rabboina Shalom, if you could please give us the Shema. Hello? Rabbi, Earth the Rabbi. Are you there, Rabbi?
So before I was so brutally interrupted.
Sorry,
What
doctor.
I was saying is, the plastic that you're talking about using as a medium. What if we designed like a BMX bike frame that was made out of it, that was super cheap, that kids could build their own bikes from like other parts because they could get a really cheap bike. It'd be strong enough to be a little BMX bike or something like that, like a kid's intro level stuff.
High density polyethylene wouldn't be the right material for that because high density polyethylene is flexible. It's pretty flexible. If you went really thick, you could, but then it would be really heavy. Composite would be best for that. Honestly, I'm like high density polyethylene has its limitations as far as that. Like that's why I had to use different type of framing to use and still be able to use this material. I just like high density polyethylene because it's positively buoyant, it's affordable, it's tough. It is pretty rigid, but it probably wouldn't be great bike material. Certain plastics maybe, but
I'll think about it. I like to throw new things into my thought process. Like, what would I do with this to be able to add it to that thought process?
yeah, totally. No, I don't know. I think really what you guys got to do, and it sucks. Focus on affordability, wide adoption. And then and I'm going to be able to do America. I'm going to be able to build boats in America and still do that. But I'm going to keep my team small as shit, low overhead. All my equipment's paid for. I'm buying a cargo trailer to do my plastic welding out of. Like, I'm literally not, because I know the stats on this shit. You know, within 10 years, most small businesses fail in America, you know, and they're killed by, you know, bank loans and operating costs and labor costs. I'm really focusing on
Actually, the real number is closer to like 60 in the first 5 years.
It's bad. It's really bad. And so, you guys really got to focus, first of all, your demographics. You know, I've done a lot of studying on, you know, boat ownership and boat owners. Like me, I'm trying to target the first-time boat owners that are alienated by the expensive prices of boats. And you have the same scenario with electric bicycles. I want an electric bike, but the motherfuckers are so expensive that I can't afford one. So I'd focus on affordability to get wide adoption. I feel like that's the best case. But then you got to focus on quality too. It can't fall apart and be a piece of shit, you know. And that's me.
Like I said, I built my original prototype in 2011 before I started my company in 12. And my prototype, there was a beach cruiser and a beach cruiser that was like cut in half and like stretched out really long. And then so it's a really long, like, you know, like, because I'm 5'10" and I'm a big guy. So, like, you know, I had to be comfortable for me. But I'm going to No, I'm 165, but I'm 160 now. But back then I was probably like 185 pounds ish, maybe a little bit more. But the point is that like the bike would do 48 miles an hour on cruise control for 20 miles on one charge, and it only took 2 hours to recharge to get another 20 miles. And it was only 12 cents in wall power.
That's impressive. By the way, thanks for the green bean, dudes. I appreciate it.
Okay, welcome Ishmael and Hermes. You know, I have two rooms going at the same time. So the other room is called the Adrian Dittman. And gentlemen in the Adrian Dittman, you are an electric bike startup China Wholesale Corporation. We are a 10-second fast fail startup. And everybody, I'm going to Walgreens to get myself the champagne of beers. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And
Don't forget the orange juice.
Yep, don't forget the orange juice.
You're having beer. It's 10 a.m.
Yeah, I know. Then I'm gonna go to the gym after I have my mimosa. You got a problem with that, Gorilla Boy?
No, I got we smoked weed starting at 7 a.m., so I guess not.
I've been smoking weed all morning, guys. Sorry.
And
I've been smoking cocks.
sounds like a personal preference.
No, I was looking. There's been kids zipping by on scooters lately and stuff, and they seem to be affordable. I've been looking, and there's like, I think they're Segways or something, and the Segway can go like 16 miles an hour, and it's got 15-mile range. It's $300.
Do you want to know the sickest idea that I've had? That like if I get like 50 G's together, I just don't want to bust up my stocks. But if I put 50 G's together, I know that in China right now they have scooters, but it's like a junkyard with like a million fucking scooters because they'd rather build one and replace it with a new battery than fix the battery that's gone wrong in or the controller that's in it. So I was gonna you can get a shipping container of that for like $5,000 and they'll slap that bitch slap daddy full of like these old scooters. So at the end of the day, you order two of those fucking containers and you pull them all apart. Half of them you can use the parts to fix the other parts, and then you're in it to it for $10,000 and you have a couple thousand fucking scooters. You know what I'm saying? So there's a profit margin to be made from China and that wholesale electric bike/scooter market.
If those dickheads didn't put so much money, like I guess the shipping containers, I was going to do the same thing with boats. I was going to buy a bunch of these cheap-ass high-density they were actually, medium-density polyethylene has doubled in price since COVID. Like they're so expensive now. Like it's.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
The cost of fuel.
Yeah. The cost of fuel, and they were like, you can meet us. You know, you can drive to Seattle and meet us at the harbor, or you know, you're likely gonna have to buy a truck to do that. You know, or hire.
You just hire a transport company for like $150, and they'll bring each one for $150. So for $300, you get your container dropped off.
I had like 20 of these boats I was gonna buy. See, my mom.
Wait, from Seattle to Montana, it might be a little bit more. It might be close to $300 per container.
Yeah, and it was supposed to just be loaded full of these boats because my mom had a place next to the river, close to the river. We were gonna do a boat rental business, but I don't know. She didn't like it over there, so she moved to Washington. So we didn't even do that shit. But it was really the shipping container thing, man. That's what it was. They just charge so much on shipping containers now, coming from China. I think the government wants that too because China's raping us, just sending us cheap ass shit and making all this money. So I don't know.
What's going on here, Stan?
What's up? I'm just driving home from one of my stupid jobs.
One of them?
Yeah, but everybody needs multiple jobs these days unless you're a fucking drunk.
Alright, stop being cheap.
Listen, gentlemen, I'm
Multiple jobs.
Oh, what happened? Somebody ended my other room. What the fuck?
It was probably Mick Dickerson. He was the only one left.
Oh, it was Rabbi.
Yeah, Mick Dick.
What a loser.
Mick suck the Mick Dick.
Comes on here all day long, Jew hating.
Randy has a funny voice though. I like his voice. It's funny.
So I'm gonna go to Walgreens and get my champagne, my gin and my juice, and so I think this room is going to be fully optimized and automated. And I just encourage everybody to not speak over each other, and just make extreme declarative statements, and then never mention each other by name.
Christ.
Yeah, just give your opinions. No questions. This is a no question room, and
No questions allowed.
yeah, no questions allowed.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no questions allowed. It's the first rule. No questions allowed. That's the number one rule of every Zen academy.
Why do you think that you made such a rule like that?
I'm declaring the rule, and now I'm.
talking to Creek and Mike, like, what was the name of that polyethyl whatever? And he's like, so I'm not allowed to ask that?
Okay.
So I'm like, hey Doc, what's up?
You're not allowed to ask that.
No, you can't ask any questions. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Let's see how you guys do. You're being live streamed on 10 YouTube accounts, a couple Instagrams, a Facebook. I'll be back. And this room is also being recorded.
I'll be back when you get back.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, welcome to the Adrian Kidman Show. This is Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale. Your host, Ishmael the Gorilla. I am driving home from one of my shitty jobs. And back to you. Creekside, smoke a bowl.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do here. I should cook breakfast, but I'm really thinking about just going out and eating some breakfast at Ruby's Cafe because it's so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out for breakfast too.
Guess what I just did? I just served breakfast to you motherfuckers. That's what I did all morning.
And yeah, I grew up around grocery stores. My grandparents owned a couple of grocery stores, and I love people, but man, I realized it's just I want to work outside, and then like in the wintertime we get laid off, and I literally get to sit on my ass and not do anything. And that's like if you're gonna live in Montana, man, and work out, I just fucking do something where you get laid off in the wintertime, you know? That's what
You got laid
I gotta
off.
do something
When
where
did
you get laid off.
Well, you just go to Facebook dating for that.
I got free
Rather
food
than a
stuff
bunch of the
Everybody
jerks
wants one.
get laid off, I'd rather get laid and jerk off.
Yeah, I've definitely worked in grocery stores and slept with coworkers, and it always results in either awkwardness or someone loses their job.
Can I tell you something? I just drove by a guy. Now, you know how when you're on a bicycle, you're supposed to use your arms to let people know, like, if you're making a left or a right?
Yeah.
So this is a bicycle. Man is 65 years old. He's on a bicycle. He's at a traffic light behind 4 other cars. So it's not his turn yet. The light is red. He's waiting to make a left. And he's on his bike with his left arm fully extended, locked out, pointing to the left. And he's staying that way. He's choosing to stay that way until the light turns green. Do you think that is that necessary?
I don't know, man. Bikers, I guess, they have a right to be there, but dude, they drive me fucking nuts. They're crazy because they don't they don't get out of the way. They're kind of arrogant. I think there should probably be like a dedicated bike lane for all bikers, but I can't fucking stand bikers around where I'm at, man. They're so ballsy and so stupid. They'll put in their headphones and they won't get the fuck out of the way. They don't care.
Well, that's me. That's what I do. When I'm on my bike, I make sure to stay out of the way of cars. But I think it's funny when some bikers really behave like a car, and it's very annoying because they're in the way.
Well, some of them get killed around here, honestly, straight up killed accidentally because they play a little bit too dangerously with traffic and stuff, and there's a lot of dipshits around
They
here.
play too much, as it is said. They be playing too much.
And there's too many people on cell phones around here not paying attention, so it's kind of a bad combination.
You can't find my fucking keys.
They be playing too much. We got Cuckoo here.
Yeah, cuckoo's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Like Cuckoo situation. Who's Hollister?
It's some burner account.
Oh, is that you?
Not me.
Hollister Sapphire is a hottie.
Oh, I got a quote for you, Ishmael. I got a great book for you. I think you're gonna like, and I think you can use it in your business. It's called Native American Wisdom by Kentner Byrne.
I can't touch anything Native American. You're not even supposed to use that term.
Listen to this. It says, "My heart is filled with joy when I see you here, as the brooks fill with water when the snows melt in the spring, and I feel glad as the ponies are when the fresh grass starts in the beginning of the year. I heard of your coming when I was many sleeps away, and I made but few camps before I met you. I knew that you had come to do good to me and to my people. I look for the benefits which would last forever, and so my face shines with joy as I look upon you. 10 Bears of the Yamparika Comanche." It almost sounds like a modern day.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a modern day DEI person who wants equity.
Well, that is really beautiful, and there is a great. I can hear what's happening. I can hear myself. It sounds like I'm underwater. I can hear an underwater echo of myself.
It's probably because I got these two rooms going side by side.
It sounds like womp 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 womp. Anyway, I'm just gonna talk past it. So, hey, asshole. Sorry, this person fucked up. Okay, listen. There was a historical prophecy that said that the white man would come and conquer the Native Americans and fuck them up, and that did happen. Even though some benefits have been born from modern industrial society, such as the Clown House and the serendipitous meeting of my friend John Kitover, there have been many detrimental, damaging effects as well. But there was another prophecy that said after the European colonization of Native Americans, white people would come and reconnect Native Americans, white people, and the earth, all three, and bring healing to all the nations of the world. And that is the prophecy that I am trying to live up to. I mean, I want to bring healing to the nations of the world, love everybody, teach about healthy nature, and move with humility so we can heal the world. And I think personally, I have had some negative interactions with some radical members of Native American communities. Those radical members have accused me of impropriety, and I have taken it on myself because I have an inferiority complex. But I'm trying to reconnect with the optimistic nature of this work that I believe was expressed in that quote that you just read from Standing Bear, or whatever his name was. Anyway, this is Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale, the Adrian Dittman Show. This is your host, Ishmael the Gorilla. Let me know. I'm coming through underwater, listening to an underwater echo of myself. We'd like to bring Cuckoo to the stage. Next to the stage is going to be Cuckoo the Destroyer, as soon as he will accept my invitation. Cuckoo! I just saw a man with some sweet boobs. You ever see a dude with hot boobs?
No.
The other day, actually, I was walking and I saw a pair of hot boobs. I might have told John this story. Did I tell you this story already, John?
I never heard this story.
Well, I was walking along, and sometimes you see the boobs before you see the face. You know when that happens? You're walking.
No.
Are you gay?
No.
Okay. I mean, no offense. I'm just making sure. But so, when you're walking along, well, because if you see the boobs before you see the face, and I was walking along, and I saw some sweet boobs, and there was a white T-shirt, and you could see the nips. You could see the nips of the boobs. And I was thinking to myself, those are some fucking hot boobs. And I was walking along, but I almost became a little aroused. But then after I scoped out the boobs and their nips, I looked up at the face, and it was a dude. It was clearly a man. And he was very manly in the face, and he had a long blonde ponytail, and he was wearing a short little mini skirt, and it was like the manliest man face you could imagine, like a scary man's face.
Yeah.
Very hot boobs. And he was not smiling. He was looking me right in the eye, and he was not smiling. He was angry that I was looking at his boobs. And I wanted to say,
my tits, man. Yeah, I might have made them, but that's the point why I have them. But don't you fucking look at them. Yeah, no.
and I wanted to say to him,
Look like chicks are walking around.
I'm sorry, sir.
They can be looking.
I'm sorry, sir, but you have a fantastic rack. I have a lovely day. I'm sorry.
Now around here, man. See, I'm a conservative, and I'm from all these small towns. So I finally moved to a big city. Not a big city, but considered it's the second biggest city in Montana, Missouri. So there's lots of that shit around here, man. Like I guess whatever. I don't care. If you're gay, fine. Just don't be all fucking. Don't push it on me. Fine. I've been flattered by people hitting on me, but but don't fucking don't try anything. But like I did see the other day. I was up at the river with my dog, and I brought a bowl of weed, and I forgot my lighter. And there was a couple there that I went up and asked if they had a lighter. They didn't. Well, there was another dude up the river about 50 feet. I could see sitting along, tattooed, sunglasses, shirt off. And I went up to him, and I'm like, hey, man, You got a lighter? Yeah, sure, man. He jumps up and it's a chick with tits, but hairy tits. Topless tits. And a big, deep fucking voice. Tattoos everywhere. Super nice person. Let me borrow their lighter, stuff like that. Well, I got back into town and I had to look that shit up. What the fuck was that?
What
Chick
was
with
it?
tits. Chick with tits.
It was a
Yeah, chick with tits that are kind of shriveled up, but deep voice. And it was horrible, like testosterone therapy that they take. Like eventually, they'll take medication to
Were
get
the
rid of
tits-
their
were they
lower
growing?
estrogen.
Were they growing or shrinking?
No, they were still pretty much intact. They were tits, man, but they were hairy. They were hairy, but they were full tits. They didn't shrink. Like, and I looked that up, and like, they don't typically shrink. Their voice will get louder. They'll get hairy facial hair and hairy tits, I guess. But it was weird, man. Like, good for the person, whatever, if they're happy. But I couldn't do that, man. I just don't see that shit. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't know. But I mostly feel bad for the person because the person was sitting up there by themselves. Maybe they are social and stuff, but I just feel like a lot of those people are kind of struggling mentally, and I can almost sense it. But it was weird. I can feel this person's testosterone, and I can literally feel the testosterone.
I thought you were going to say you could feel their tits.
No, I can feel their testosterone, like they're taking so much of it that they're pumping their body full of it. Have you ever felt that sensation, like where you feel testosterone or like?
Okay, so
I
what
just
that
interrupt.
was,
Yeah.
I think that was a woman becoming a man. No. What? Because the tits don't shrink. You can't take pills to shrink your tits. You got to just cut them off.
No, she would have to cut them off.
It must have
And
been.
I'm not gonna lie, if they weren't hairy, they weren't bad tits, dude. If they weren't all hairy like a monkey, they weren't. I mean, why would you do that to herself? I just glanced. I didn't want to look.
I think it was a woman becoming a man who hadn't cut her tits off yet, and she was thinking, "I'm so manly. I'm on testosterone. My tits are hairy, and I'm gonna take out my tits. I don't have to cover my tits anyway." And so I think that
Yeah.
dude was a woman with hairy tits, but eventually
You ever heard of the movie
cut off
River
the
Runs
tits.
Through It? You ever heard
Yeah,
of the movie River
classic,
Runs Through It?
classic.
Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
So that's where I was. I was just up the Blackfoot River, you know. So she wasn't in
literally-
town. She was.
You were in that literal place.
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that's where I live, man.
Can we get Adrian to mute? Oh, I can mute him.
Yeah, he's got to get muted. It's horrible.
Oh, I muted him. I'm a moderator. I have the power.
Awesome. Good. But yeah, no, it's beautiful around here, man. Like I grew up in Montana.
Even where you live, huh? You got freaky, hairy tit chicks.
Oh, dude, I'm in the most liberal city in Montana. Yeah. I'm from like a really like Eastern Montana is rough, tough, fucking. That's where I'm from, Eastern Montana. I mean, I grew up halfway in northwest Montana, but as soon as my parents divorced, man, I went with my dad in Eastern Montana. I grew up there.
Have
It's
you
a
ever
really
seen,
different place.
have you ever
Little
heard of
fields.
Jewish people?
Dude, I literally have not ever met a Jewish person until I got on the internet. Nope, never met a Jewish person. I've met black people, but I've never met a real Jewish person, like face to
What
face.
about
I've always
a
wanted.
What about a Chinese?
Yeah, oh yeah. Asians.
You got the Chinese.
We got Asians, yeah.
They got Chinese food.
Yeah, we got
So
Asians.
if you want to see Chinese, you just go to the Chinese food.
Yes, but there is actually a Jewish church here. Sorry, my won't think that spot, but there is a Jewish church here. There is Jewish. I like Jews. I have an old Ford F-150 with an inline 1600, and I have a Chevy Impala car.
You
I like my
you're,
old truck.
you're an American boy.
Yeah, I have my welder in the back, for my extrusion welder for plastic welding and shit.
Don't you like your trucks to work though?
My fucking truck times. 1989, inline six with a famous 300 engine. Yeah. But my grandfather bought it brand new, dude. Like, I have it. I drove this thing all the way across the state. Yeah. There's a lot of people on drugs around here. It's fucked up in this city. It's not. Yeah, pretty cool around here. What parts, if I may ask, are you in? What state?
I live in Maine.
Oh, Maine, man.
Yeah. Portland, Maine. I live in the most liberal part of Maine.
That's cool. I've always thought the whole state of Maine is pretty liberal, isn't it?
It's not, actually. And Maine has an interesting thing. You know, Maine is the only state in the United States of America that can split its electoral votes. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah, so usually what happens is, because Maine is huge, Maine is very big, and usually what happens is northern Maine goes red, and southern Maine, which is basically like part of Boston, goes blue.
Oh, that's neat, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
It's interesting. It's not, I mean, it's liberal because the most populated areas in Maine are liberal, but northern Maine is like the Wyoming of New England, you know?
Yeah, Montana's that way. I was going to say, like, all the rural places are all, red, right-wing, conservative, Republican. All the cities are liberal.
Right, I went to
And I
Bozeman.
Yeah, actually, Bozeman is kind of red, though. But there's lots of, it's not really, I can't break them.
I was surprised when I went to Bozeman that there was no recycling service.
Yeah.
And they said that it's like, what, you do have recycling?
Oh, dude, yeah, we got recycling. We have 2 homeless shelters. So, I mean, we have the largest homeless population in the state. That's crazy. Broadus, Libby, those red little towns, not one homeless person. They wouldn't survive. And Missoula, because we got 2 homeless shelters that offer them beds, showers, three meals a day, internet, and charging for it. They fucking are here in droves.
All right, I got to make a phone call. I added you back. I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, bro, for sure. Alright, so I don't like Chinese myself. I don't really know if it's a good idea to start up Chinese stuff, but hey, this is Adrian's deal. I'll be back. You guys pick me later, or I'll be back.
Okay, this has been Electric Bike Startup China Wholesale. Thanks for joining us, Cuckoo. It did with the go-go juice. Winter is approaching. Oh yeah. Looks like everything else.
Sacred because there's nothing. Hold on. Once again, it's not sacred because there's nothing that prevents parents from talking about their children to anybody, and there's nothing that prevents children from talking about their parents to anybody. That's why it's not sacred.
Not at all what I mean by sacred.
I know it's not what you mean, but it's what you said.
No, that's not what sacred means.
Really, what does sacred mean?
Sacred means it is precious and protected.
And it's not protected. That's my whole point. It's not.
In fact, it is.
No, in fact, it's not.
Okay.
Fine, tell you. No, hold on. This is a good teaching tool. Norm, give me one law, any law in the United States that prevents a child from talking to anybody about their parents and a parent from talking to anybody about their children. Name one.
Protection.
That has nothing to do with safety.
What do you guys each mean by protection? I think
You're not allowed to do it.
No, that's privacy. That's not.
That's protection.
so.
It's protected.
What do you-
I tell you what. Hold on. Hello. Sam is the lawyer on stage. This is what I mean by protected. It means you're not allowed to talk about it. I say that law does not exist. That's what I mean by protected.
Right, and
Such as, and I gave 3 examples. I gave the priest penitent, I gave the doctor patient, and I gave the attorney client. Those are 3 conversations those are 3 relationships that are protected. One party out of the 2 in each of those 3 is not allowed to talk to a third party about the relationship. That's what I mean by protected.
Right, and this has nothing to do with my point about safety. Zero. Completely different thing you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with the parent-child relationship. What I mean is that the parent is responsible for the life, the health, the well-being of the child.
That's true. That is true, Norm. Absolutely.
That's what
By the way, Steve.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve, I was going to say, just to correct you, you can't
Yes.
furnish alcohol to your own children in 31 states, but the other states it is illegal. So, in 31 states you can furnish alcohol to your child. In other,
Okay.
Montana, it is illegal.
No. I appreciate the correction. Thank you, because I know, and I'm assuming that included in those 31 states are California and New York and probably Chicago as well. But okay, so 19 of the states do not allow parents to give their children alcohol. 31 of the states do. I will take your word for it. Thank you for the correction. I was wrong.
I just clarified in the chat the law around consent and what types of parental consent.
I was wondering if
You're talking about
going to address the argument.
T, we've gotten a little off topic. You might want to go back and refresh everybody's memory. I know mine needs refreshing.
My mom told me
What
we
I
were
was
banging the
saying was
building.
that
And
there
this is the
is
studio
no
apartment.
sanctity
And
of
she's surprised the view
parent-child
hasn't seized the
relationship.
puppet
There
from
are,
Jane
however,
Carroll.
laws which protect rights to human autonomy, and that is what's being respected here. And so it's like this whole idea that Norm has, like, you know, he gets to declare things sacred. Well, that doesn't have any force of law, right? Whereas we do have actual laws which respect human autonomy, right?
Okay. Yeah, Norm is, if I may, Norm is clearly using a different definition for the word sanctity than me, you, and a lot of other people use. If I use Norm's definition, I can say that the relationship, there is a sacred relationship between an employer and an employee, because it's the employer's sanctity to provide a safe workspace. So Norm's clearly using a different definition.
I mean, fiduciary might be an applicable word. I'm looking that up now.
Well, I don't think there's a fiduciary responsibility between a parent and a child either.
I can check on that, but I'm comfortable with my definition, which is...
And you can use your definition. It's just not the way I use it.
The parent is responsible for the health, security...
Yeah, I already agreed to that. I
wanted to make sure the others on stage understood what I meant.
A parent is responsible for their child's actions until they become an adult. Period. End of story. If you want to call that sanctity, you're welcome to, but I think it's a misuse of the word.
That's a different conversation, like with the case of the guy, the shooter's father being jailed. I don't mean the actions of the child, I mean the care of the child. That's the sanctity I'm talking about. And that's inarguable. I can't see anybody arguing about it.
I'm not arguing with what you said. I'm arguing with the definition of the word. That's all.
Well, I do
How would you
have
describe
one
this
thing going
parental
for me.
responsibility for the well-being of the child? What would you call that?
I call it a parent being responsible for their children until they turn 18.
Okay, so this is what is violated by the California law.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, they're still responsible. No, because the parent is still responsible.
Right, exactly.
Yes,
Steve,
but,
do you
but the
remember?
state is not providing the parent with information necessary
It's not
to care for the child.
It's not obligated to, though.
Steve,
Well, I'm saying
do
it
you
is.
remember
Okay,
election of 2010?
Let's go to Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
We had a proposition on the ballot in 2010 or thereabouts that abortion clinics were not required to notify parents if a teenager.
I remember it loosely, and by the way, housekeeping issue, Dr. James, if you didn't know, I modded you up about 15, 20 minutes ago. You don't need to raise your hand now. You just chime in when it's appropriate. Sam, I loosely remember it, but not enough to comment. No.
Yeah, so that proposition passed, but there was extreme Republican opposition to it, based along the lines that Norm is talking about, that you're basically destroying the relationship between children and their parents. But the counter argument to that was the majority of teens who are seeking an abortion were impregnated by somebody in their family. And so what you're doing is that you're now, by notifying the parent, you're doubly traumatizing the teen. And so I think the rationale for this, that the person wants to be identified as a different gender, not do anything physiological, surgical, treatment-wise, anything to change their gender. They just want to be identified as a person of another gender, would lead to the same abuse in the house, and it's not going to change anything. It's not going to be productive for anything. I mean, I look at it, there's no upside, and all I see is a downside if the parent is notified.
I see what you're saying. Before we go to Dr. James, clearly incest is child abuse. I don't think anybody's going to question that. Whether or not a parent should be notified because their child wants to be referred to as the opposite gender, and whether or not that's going to cause problems in the house, I don't know. Dr. James, you're a mod. Like I said before, you don't have to raise your hand.
Okay. Yeah, just respond.
Okay, let's go T after Dr. James. Absolutely.
So just a couple points of clarification. The reason why I think that the religious argument, so invoking sanctity and all these words that Norm is using, or sorry, didn't mean to say your name. Those arguments I think are quite incoherent when coming from a religious position, because if you look at the way that argument is leveraged over the lifespan of a human, you'll see that it kind of flip-flops depending on the hot button issue. So if you look at, for example, the issue of abortion, well, in that sense, they're not really concerned about the autonomy or the sanctity of, well, they are. They would argument for the autonomy and sanctity of the unborn life, okay, right? But then in this case, you talk about a household where largely it's not the household that is not caring for their child. It's the household where there's a child that is abused, neglected, or is not being given proper care for their mental health, or really dangerous abuse, right? And so this law is meant to protect those kids, the ages 12 and up. And so if you're concerned about the sanctity of a household, you're not concerned about the sanctity of a household where there is abuse, right? Or where there's neglect. You're concerned about the sanctity of a household where the reasonable parent would be taking their kid to get the care they need. And so that's why I think the argument is really incoherent. And I'm actually trying to be helpful to the person who I'm talking to right now, because I think there could be a better argument made. Not that I agree with you, but I think this argument falls flat really quick.
So T, you're up.
Speak.
If that's Norm, you can speak after T. T is next.
Right. I was in the middle of a discussion with Norm there. I was pointing out to him.
You know what? Do you guys want the Mike Moon rule? You two can have 5 minutes if you want it.
I don't think so.
Okay, no problem.
Like in mid sentence there, right? We were going back and forth, and we just got cut off. What I was saying was that the state isn't obligated, and Norm's reply to that was they are, which is evidently incorrect. It's quite the opposite.
thank you. So let's just build on our understanding and definitions. I never made a religious argument. I think it's beyond the purview of this room. This is the atheist room. I am arguing the definition of sacred. That is one of the preferred definitions in the dictionary. Inviolable. Now, in the case of abuse or neglect, that relationship has been violated by the parent. So I put them aside. And a law that provides for the protection of children in the case of child abuse by the parent is, to me, inarguable and fine. So now we lay that aside because the law does not specify in the case of parental abuse or neglect. Rather, the law violates the sanctity, the inviolable relationship of the parent with the child with regarding the parent's responsibility to provide a safe, nurturing, healthy environment / home for the child. This includes every bit of information that the parent can possibly obtain, whether from a teacher or a doctor or an administrator or anybody, regarding the needs of the child. If the child has suddenly decided that they would like to identify with as a different gender, the parent must be informed in order to be able to provide the best possible care for the child, to provide for the kid's health, well-being, nurturing, and safety. And I don't see any argument that would challenge that.
But that wasn't the argument, Norm. What the argument was.
It is exactly the argument.
No, hold on.
Exactly my argument.
Hold on. The argument was that the state isn't obligated, right? And what you're saying is that by not doing that, they are somehow
Her own sisters
by
and
not
their
being
relationships is
they are
enough
somehow
evidence to support
violating
my
it.
diagnosis.
But that's not true.
She lacked critical
The
education and
child can still
nurturing.
inform the parent. So there's no violation occurring.
So you've missed the whole point of what I said. And it's okay, I don't need to persuade you. I just want to make
Please,
the
if I
argument
miss the
for
point, then
those who want
please
to
help
hear.
me out, right?
Yeah.
If I miss the point,
I'll say it
please
again.
elaborate.
Please don't say
I'll
that
say
again.
it clearly. You want me to say it again?
No, I said please don't, because you're not representing the.
Yes, right?
I'm trying to represent the law. I'm trying to represent the sanctity of the parent-child relationship and the fact that this law violates that sanctity.
Hardly, right? It doesn't, because the child can still tell
I
the
regularly
parent.
hear people
There's no
say how
violation.
upset they were when they went to
Can I chime
Patrick's
in?
and they got fishing.
You are a mod. You can chime in. Mods can chime in anytime they want. You don't need my permission.
Thank you. So this
Her
law
own
will
sisters
not
and
be
their
called
relationships
as
is enough evidence to support my diagnosis. She lacked critical education and nurturing.
loving, nurturing home.
That I will
This
refer
law
back
will
out to the
only
next
be
bit
invoked
further.
when the
She's so
child is
unpleasant I
not
have to be
in
compensated
that
for the
kind of home.
displeasure.
Why? Because
She
when
was
a
a very
child
angry
is in
woman.
that kind of home,
Destiny
the
is her
child
own.
has
Thank
already
God for being
spoken
free of any responsibility or long-term care.
and to the
The
child's
retirement will
parents
buy
about
her
this.
security,
They have
housing, and
already
health care
done
till
all the
DOA.
work. They know
Retirement is
everything.
her
They've
own.
talked about it,
Impossible to
and
fix
they're
her
working
anger
on it.
or attitude.
When
I
this
doubt
law
I will ever
becomes
fly back
the
into the
spell of
next
that,
visit with
I
her.
don't want to be Jill
She's
anymore.
so
I want to be
unpleasant, I'd have to be
Josephine, and the
compensated for the
dad eats
displeasure.
the shit out of the
Her own
kid,
sisters
and
and
then
their
the kid
relationships
goes
is
to the
enough
teacher and
evidence to
says,
support my
I want to be
diagnosis.
Josephine. At
She
that
lacked
point, the
critical
teacher isn't
education
going
and
to come
nurturing.
and
I
inform the
regularly
dad
hear people say
again,
how upset
so
they were when they
Josephine
went to
gets
buy
another
nuts and
round
they
of
gone fishing.
So don't romanticize family life. Don't think everybody grew up in a family like yours. Don't think that all families are nurturing and loving and all of those adjectives that you told them. A lot of families are not, and this law is there to protect the children of those families.
Just at that, excuse me, Norm,
The law
excuse
was
me.
there to
Norm.
protect those
Excuse me.
family. Hang on a second, James. He's talking to me.
Excuse me,
Excuse me,
excuse me,
Hang on a second, Dr.
excuse me,
The
Norm.
law was
James is a mod. Norm, can you please go on mute and you can go after Dr.
just to add to what Sam's saying, I think the way to sort of extrapolate kind of the point here is ask yourself, when would you feel it is appropriate to block a child from getting mental health care when their parent says no, or when their parent would not approve it? Think about the areas where you would say, ooh, I have a problem with that. And if those areas seem to cluster around the types of things that, you know, the religious right tends to see as their right to protect, then this is how you can see if this sanctity argument is coming from a place of kind of an underlying religious sort of rhetoric rather than something that's really about protecting the kid. Because I think in any family, the backbone of the family where there's children is you protect your child at all costs, right? And so that's something that I would be thinking about, Norm, and maybe that's something to reflect.
So, thank you. So, Sam, I made this point maybe 3 times. I'm not sure if you heard it. If the family is abusive, then the law could specify that in the case of an abusive family, they need not be notified. But the law doesn't say that. The law discards healthy family relationships, which is most, obviously, as well as unhealthy ones. So, once again, the school
How do you
is
enforce that?
obligated. Hang on.
How is this going to protect the kid?
Hang on. Please don't. Nobody needs to interrupt. Take notes. Take notes and then respond.
All right. Everybody go on mute. Everybody go on mute. Thank you. Norm, I'll give you 60 seconds to follow up, and then we'll hear the comments. Thank you.
If the kid has a headache in school, if the kid falls down, if the kid has a stomach ache, if the kid is being bullied, if this kid has any sort of distress, the school is obligated to tell the parents. And by the way, I am a parent. I've raised a child. The people saying this obviously don't have kids because, of course, they need to be informed of any need that the child has. And to not notify the parents is a deep violation of that obligation of the school to care for the child and of the parent to care for the child. And by the way, the parent has decision-making power over these matters up until the age of 18, by the way, although in California it's a little different at the age of 12.
Thank you, Norm. And before we move on, I know people want to comment. I want to welcome Cora to the stage. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting, Cora. For over 45 minutes, we've been talking about whether or not the school should report to the parents when their child wants to be referred to in school as the opposite gender. Let's go. Oh, and also, Matt, looks like about 7.5 minutes finance report, and then the break. So let's go mods first. Let's try and... No, actually, you know what? I think... T, did you want to respond before the mods? I think, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. First and foremost, the school is not obligated to find out whether or not the child is in an abusive relationship. Putting the onus on them to know is ridiculous. They're not in a position to know whether or not the child is in an abusive relationship with the family. That's not
Norm, he didn't say it was you that said that. Please continue, T. Yes.
What was said was that there should be a proviso in the law that if they know that they're allowed to request.
Can everybody go on mute except for T? If we can't follow the simple rules of the room, then I have to take a large hammer, and I don't want to do that. T, please continue. Everybody else stay on mute.
The suggestion was that there be a proviso in the law for children of abusive families, and this would in turn protect them. The problem is it doesn't protect the children because the school is not in a position to know whether or not they're abusive, right? So having this proviso in the law does nothing to protect children, right? What's more is this idea that you are somehow, because when I go up to you and go, hey, actually I prefer to be called T, this is not an example of me being bashed over the head, cutting
I
myself,
understand.
having a
But
medical
41,
condition,
with my
being
own
in
security
distress.
and
These
wellness
are not
to worry about,
comparable in
she is not
any
an advocate.
way, shape,
She's a
or form.
detriment to my own mental
Right?
health.
And that's what you're doing, is you're comparing them
I'd be
to
happy to
these
meet her at
types
a
of
restaurant in
situations when they go,
Chicago
hey,
or
I
a
want to be
hotel in
called T,
Vegas.
or hey,
Spending
I'd be
time with her
preferred,
at her
I'd prefer
house
if you
is
call
no
me
longer
her.
a desire.
Right. Or even if I say, hey, I want to be called Squirrel, it's kind of the same thing.
Kind of the same. It's all the same thing. It's all the same
I
thing.
understand.
Right, fair enough.
But at
Would
41,
Finally, the
Oh,
final
go ahead.
thing I want to
everyone
make
was
here
worried about.
is it's
She's not an
absolutely
advocate.
ridiculous to keep
She
on.
is a detriment
I'm
to
going to
my
point
own
this at you,
mental
Uncle
health
Steve. You
and
keep
peace
on
of mind.
suggesting
I'd be
that
happy to
there is
meet her at
a
a restaurant in
opposite
Chicago
gender.
or a hotel in
No.
Vegas. Spending time with her.
Is simply a thing that I want, listen,
at her
virtually
house
is
is no
them.
longer
It's not the
desire
opposite
than
gender,
this is.
right? So let's get rid of this silly language about
Jeannie's World.
opposite genders. All we're doing is talking about when a child wants to be referred to as something else. That's it.
Is the
That's all. That's what we're like. Norm is going. Oh, but this violates the
phone
parent
call.
child, sanctity. No, it doesn't.
T, I do hear what you're saying. However, when I refer to it as opposite gender, what I am specifically referring to is someone who was born a boy. His
Jeannie's
name
World
might
is the
be
Gene
Steve,
Truman Show. The
Sam,
phone call
James,
is
Alfonso, Matt,
and
and he wants to be referred to as Lisa, Rose, Cora, or Sandra. Clearly, well,
Jeannie's
not
World
clearly,
is the Gene
but
Truman
in
Show.
my mind, those
A
are
phone call with
opposite
respect
genders, but
is
I
all
do
that I need
understand
different.
what you're saying.
Okay,
Would any of
right? What's T? Is T gendered?
I understand.
T is
But
not
41 with my own
no,
security
it's
and
not.
wellness to worry about. She is
I
not an
understand
advocate.
it, but I told you
She
what
is
I
a
was
detriment
referring
to
to.
my mental
I'm just
health
saying
and peace of
that's
mind.
not the
I'd be
discussion.
happy to
Your
go to a
point
restaurant
is
in
made. No,
Chicago or
I
a hotel in
I
Vegas.
understand your
Spending
point.
time
I
with her
get
at
that.
her
And,
house is no
and
longer a
if
desire
a
than
boy
this.
or a girl
Jeannie's
in
World
school
is the
said,
Gene Truman
I want to
Show.
be referred
A
to
phone
as
call with
T,
respect is
then I
all
would
that
not
I
refer
need
to
different.
it as opposite gender. Your point is very well taken. Would any of the mods, like 60 seconds, just unmute and say your first name? Mods. Once, twice.
I'm here. I was just in the middle of typing something and I lost it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just to reiterate this point, so for someone who's working in healthcare, and I'm sure there are people in this room who do, I see one person that I know works in healthcare here.
Well, I've been working in healthcare for 30 years, but go ahead.
So what I'd like to say for those people who work in healthcare, you know that you have seen atrocities and horrors that cannot be, you would not want to describe them to anyone else for fear of passing on that image into their head. And so I think these arguments against these really kind of niche positions are just simply rhetoric, wedge issues, talking points. In fact, I would call them bloviations by some, because they don't apply. They don't apply to situations where a child is in a horrific position, they need help, and you've got someone bloviating about, oh, well, the sanctity of the family. You know what? Fuck your position, okay? I am so glad that the law, I'm sorry, look, I just gotta say this. I am so glad the law protects our kids from people like him.
Well, thank you. I am delighted now.
No. Hold on. You know what? If we want to continue on this discussion, we'll do it in the next hour. I'm going to play Supermod. I'm going to end this discussion for this segment. I want to go to Matt with the finance report. We'll take our break, and then if anybody wants to bring this up again, we can. Okay, Matt, are you ready with the finance report?
Apologies, I'm still getting some pages.
Okay, then let's that's okay. That's okay. We'll pick it up at the start of the next and last segment. You know what? Let's just say hello to Cora. Good morning, Cora. Are you awake, or are you just hanging out for now?
I'm just barely awake, so I'll wait
Gotcha.
till next hour.
Yeah, that's fine. Would anybody who has not spoken in the past 20 minutes like to speak about anything?
I'll bring something up. Always a
Go ahead, Richard.
always a fresh idea.
And by the way, Richard, I hope you and everybody else understand. I'm doing the best within my own capabilities to try and make this a well-balanced discussion on this very controversial topic. I realize to some people it's not controversial, it's simple. To other people, it's very complicated. I don't find it a simple topic. A comment was made by a speaker, see, I follow my own rules, a couple of minutes ago that, no, go ahead, Richard. I'll just stop right there. Go ahead, Richard.
The future.
Because the topic is so intense, I am going to recant. I do have members of my family in the healthcare community.
I do fear it.
Conveyed an
I do
event
fear
that
her.
occurred
in some
in their
ways.
practice, okay? This is a nurse. I have a family member that's a nurse
can be
where a male teenager,
violent.
this got very complicated. A male teenager was
I take precautions.
assaulted by his father.
I value
Following,
myself.
it got into law enforcement because
Friendship and kindness.
what was
Gotta
told
say
to the
that.
child.
A phone call with Gene is probably in the
okay.
future for me.
Here's
Respect
the
and
deal.
honor at a distance. I do
You
fear her
say
in some ways.
that you're
I
going
think
to
she can be possibly violent and very
gay.
toxic.
You didn't
I
even say
take precautions.
this was not
I value
transgender.
myself.
It's just that you say you're going to be gay, and I'm going to kill you. The father held the child down, and the child reported to his doctor. This was a medical. He said, "Well, I've got problems at home," and it got very, very involved because obviously,
She does drink now.
this person was threatened. Their life was threatened. By their own
I
parents.
think you were
Doctors,
I think you dragged
to a doctor. This was reported.
out of a house.
Doctors and priests and lawyers are allowed to violate the confidentiality when they
dragged her
believe
out of
that
house by her head.
the person that they're talking to is a danger to themselves or others. That is when they are legally allowed to violate the privilege conversation. Please continue.
I think you
And in this
smashed her
situation,
face.
it
Her
escalated
face once.
very serious. Literally, the
Because of
doctor
her mouth.
did call the sheriff while the child
You
was in his
smashed her in her
office
face
and had
once
the
because
child
of her
speak
mouth.
to law enforcement.
And I was
So
tempted
that
once
it was part of the record.
to kick
This is,
her
I think this
off
was
a cliff
14-year-old child that was speaking.
in the desert.
And a family member of mine, I wasn't present when this happened. So this is all
Because of
hearsay.
her
Having
mouth.
said that, it was a professional medical person
Anger
present
is
when this all
mind
happened.
killer.
So I just wanted to say
Thank
there
you.
are
Maintain
variations
boundaries.
of this whole thing.
Absolutely, thank you. And by the way, housekeeping issue, Matt, if you don't want
And
to
I
do the
was
finance
tempted once
report, you
to
don't have
kick
to
her
do
off
it.
a
I
cliff
don't
in the
want to.
desert because of her mouth. Anger is the
Okay,
mind
then
killer.
we will come back with it. We'll come back with it at the we'll come back with it at after the break. So wow,
Phone call with Gene is probably the future
we've been
for me.
talking for an hour
Respect and honor
about
at a
whether
distance.
or
I do
not
fear her
a
in some
school
ways. I
should
think
be
she can be
compelled
possibly
to
violent and very
reveal or
toxic.
not
Take
reveal
precautions.
when
I
their
value
child,
myself.
when the student
She does
child
drink now.
wants to
You
be
dragged her out
known
of
by
the
a
house by her
different
head.
name, and I said it that way
Party
because
because
T
of
was
her mouth.
pointing out that
You
not all
smashed her
different
face once
names
because of her mouth.
are
And
binary,
I was
i.e.
tempted once
different
to kick
gender.
her
They
off a
could be
cliff in the
something like
desert
T.
because
He's
of her
absolutely
mouth.
correct.
Anger is the
And
mind killer.
it is, of course, a very hot topic. We can come back to that
She
after
can
the break,
rate
but
my
I want to thank Alfonso,
she can
Matt,
abuse my ears.
Dr. James. Please be careful as a mod. Please,
phone.
that's all I'm going to say. And Cora,
I
thank you.
apologize for whatever part of that. I broke the rules. I didn't mean to become
never again in
inflammatory,
person.
but there is a certain line where, there's just a certain line, and I apologize for that.
She
Dropping
can
an
abuse my
F-bomb and
ears on the
maybe,
phone.
definitely
Probably
being
never again in
aggressive towards
person.
you, Norm.
Well, it wasn't, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. I humbly apologize. And there's no rule against dropping F-bombs. The rule is be respectful without personal attacks. All of us may
I think you
define
smashed
and
her face once
understand that
because of her
differently. I thought that those two comments that you made, and the replays are on, if after the show you want to go back, I thought they violated the rules, but hey, even I, even occasionally violate the rules. It's pointed out to me, and hopefully I apologize just like you did, and thank you for doing that. You've restored my faith, Dr. James. In fact, Dr. James, standing ovation. And with that, it's time for the break. 3 hours in the tank. 1 hour left. This sucker shuts down in exactly 1 hour until it'll give or take 11 o'clock. So welcome, everybody. Another edition of Ask the Atheist. If you're in the audience, we encourage you to come on up and talk about everything and anything you want. Thank you to my mods for doing the heavy lifting. Thank you for everybody on stage and your contributions. And what can I say? When it comes to all of the nieces and nephews, I believe.
Yes. Yes, I believe. I believe in death. I believe in disease. I believe in injustice and inhumanity and torture and anger and hate. I believe in murder. I believe in pain. I believe in cruelty and infidelity. I believe in slime and stink and in every crawling, putrid thing, every possible ugliness and corruption. You son of a bitch! I believe! We can't turn him into...
Thank you.
Believe in witchcraft, mister?
I believe in everything, Doctor.
You like a drink?
Yeah. My father, you should know, is a very successful doctor in Boston. A member of the Harvard Medical Faculty. He was a widower and I was his only child. He was not an especially religious man, a sober Methodist. One evening about 7 years ago, he attended a Pentecostal meeting in the Commons Room at Harvard. Suddenly found himself speaking in tongues. Well, that is to say, he suddenly sank to his knees at the back of the room and began to talk fluently, in a language which no one had ever heard before. This sort of thing happens frequently at Pentecostal meetings. It began to happen regularly to my father. It was not unusual to walk into our home and find my father sitting in his office, utterly serene, happily speaking to the air in this strange foreign tongue.
She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. Oh, she does drink now. I do fear her in some ways. I think she can be possibly violent and very toxic. I take precautions. I value myself. She does drink now. I think you dragged her out of her house by her head. It's a pet party because of her mouth. And I think you smashed her face once because of her mouth. And I was tempted once to kick her off a cliff in the desert because of her mouth. Anger is the mind killer. Maintain boundaries. She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. Friendship and kindness. Gotta say that. A phone call with Jean is probably the future for me. Respect and honor at a distance. I do fear her in some ways. I think she can be possibly violent and very toxic. I take precautions. I value myself. She does drink now. I think you dragged her out of a house by her head. At a party because of her mouth. I think you smashed her face once because of her mouth. I was tempted once to kick her off a cliff in the desert because of her mouth. Anger is the mind killer. Maintain boundaries. She can abuse my ears on the phone, but probably never again in person. The girl at Vivian is not a very lovely person. Even she must have had another who was similar. These traits can be passed down. I understand, but at 41. And with my own security and wellness to worry about, she is not an advocate. She is a detriment to my own mental health and peace of mind. Jean is a spider mother. Just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude. She was. Oh. Stark contrast. And bitch. Jean is a spider mother, just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissist and bitch. Jean is a spider mother, just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissist and bitch. Jean is a spider mother, just like her mother. The Venus flytrap. When I think of Grandmother Lee and her love and attitude, she was a beatitude. Stark contrast to the petty narcissist and bitch. Flowers. A woman bee. Flowers and hornets, a woman bee.
Participate, but thank you for your participation. Let's now go to Daryl. Hey, Daryl, good morning, and welcome back to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk?
If you don't mind, I'd like to just pick up on something from...
You can talk about whatever you...
So, I kind of really got to give T an applause for this, because, a name is a name. So, I've actually met, in my professional career, I've met women named John, because it was a family name. So it's like the idea that this whole thing about conformity, if she's a female, you have to give her a female name. Who makes these decisions? Conformity can be a very dangerous thing because conformity is
She
really
was a
just
spider
about
mother,
control, just like
just like her mother,
individuality.
Venus flytrap.
Some
When I think
people who
of
come from
Grandmother Lee
collective
and her
places would tell you
loving attitude, she was a
individuality is
gratitude.
more
Stark
dangerous than
contrast to the
conformity
petty
is.
narcissist
But it's just
and
the idea
bitch.
that a name, which is just a word,
And I was tempted
and
to
it's a
kick her
word
off the
that you
cliff in the
use
desert
to
because of her mouth.
identify
Angry is the mind
this
killer.
particular person, or to call them, or to alert them, or to notify them, that a kid saying, a female saying, I want to be called Dennis, and no one digs into the why of this. Maybe she just saw a cartoon and she likes the name. Maybe a young male sees a cartoon and he likes the name Shirley. I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. It's the idea that, we can say to people or say to others, this is, this is what you should and should not do. It just bothers me, because I believe in individuality. I've always believed in it to the extent where.
Do you believe anybody should be able to call themselves anything they want?
Absolutely, because
Okay, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example, and it's going to sound extreme, but this is true. In my professional career, I handled a case, this is no bullshit, where this guy was getting a check every 2 weeks, and he legally changed his name to Motherfucker, which, of course, none of us in the insurance industry had a problem with. However, we were still issuing his checks to whatever his born name was, John Smith, or his injured name was John Smith. This is a site claim, by the way. And so he literally filed a legal action to force us to change the names of the checks from John Smith to Motherfucker. That's a true story. Now, when you say it's just a word, it's just a name, would you support a child who wanted to be referred to in school as Motherfucker?
So again, and we've
just
talked
a
about
name.
this. No, but we've talked about this in other rooms, right? I don't feel any way about some of this stuff, and I don't actually understand why so many people feel a way about things that ultimately have no impact on them. So I'm going to be very honest with you. Here's an example. When I first started working, when I was on Wall Street,
I'll let you continue, but you realize you are not addressing my question. But please go ahead.
I'm trying to, because I don't care if a child wants to call themselves Motherfucker. I don't care enough about it.
Well, you know what?
It's anger.
And I have
It's
some
anger,
kids that are raised and grown and out of the house. I wouldn't want them in class with a teacher referring to another child as Motherfucker. I think that's completely inappropriate. But you
okay, but those are like, here again we go to like social norms and conformity. So when I started on Wall Street, we had a big Boeing executive. And pretty much my very first job when I left the Federal Reserve and I went over to Smith Barney, all I did was give stock quotes all day. And we had this one guy who had a lot of money. It was the first time in my career that I had ever seen $100 million in one account on a screen, right? So he takes us out to dinner. We go over to this place in Brooklyn. It's this really old school steakhouse, but really famous, supposedly the best steaks in the city. And say again?
Peter Luger.
Yeah, it was Peter Luger's, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Norm. And so the bill comes up. He took like 14 of us to dinner. The bill comes, it's like $4,000, right? He pulls out his Smith Barney credit card. And what he had printed on his card in his name, the place, was King Kong. Literally. He showed everybody at the table his credit card. He gave the card to the waiter. The waiter ran the card, paid the bill, and no one ever said a fucking thing about it. Right? So it's just, who cares? And it's a matter of who cares. And if you do care, it's more about, I think, like the idea of social norms than about anything right or wrong.
Well, actually, since you brought up a work situation, it's actually worse for employees to be going to work and having someone being called motherfucker than it is in the school system. And also, when you're dealing in the school system, you're dealing with minor children.
Twice.
Steve, I still understand it.
I'll tell you, because it arguably creates a hostile work environment. If someone's using the word motherfucker, even if they're referring to someone who wants to be called that, all you need are and you're right, we did discuss this kind of a while ago. All you need are a couple of complaints to human resources with a threat of a lawsuit for not only allowing but promoting a hostile work environment, and that person's going to win the lawsuit.
To me, she's mental.
So,
she's walked into a steel beam twice, and she would face it.
I'm with Daryl, I think most of the time. And when people bring up hypotheticals like motherfucker or
I wouldn't be surprised.
that, might not really happen in real life, it's because we're pushing an agenda onto people and we want to make people look like they're irrational. So I always try to see if we can bring it home and see, I think Daryl presented a real life case.
Spend time in a home again in Mexico.
And
it's a restaurant in Chicago or a hotel in Vegas.
Human minds are so dogmatic and shut on what we are. We feel safe with. And I was talking about this in our earlier room today. There is a marked difference.
She's her own worst enemy. Her energy is remarkable.
Feel, these being mostly American spaces, but also culturally, it is culturally warranted and frowned upon when people do not get triggered or
gotta give it to her. She's a one
behavior that deals with taboo topics, right? And
gotta give it to her.
We're gonna try to do some runs on some of these topics because it's when somebody brings up a topic.
She's her own worst enemy.
Can people
she's on her own with regards to me.
Identify as whatever they want?
She's walked into a
and what are the boundaries and when are they starting to
she's her own worst enemy.
Step on other people's boundaries?
She's a one-woman band.
Yeah, it becomes a discussion of cultural sensibilities. But I think it is important to be able to abstract ourselves a little bit and realize that there are topics that can be spoken about.
She's warped.
And hopefully without me assuming that the person who wants to talk about, people changing their genders, going to the bathroom, as a male or as a female who just identifies.
She's her own worst enemy.
It is so much more productive when we can listen and we can try to de-dogmatize and stop pushing an agenda onto others, because it's at the end of the day it's quite relative to the individual and to the culture, right? These things don't have the weight they do in the U.S.
Question.
Hang on. Go on mute. I want to see if Daryl wants to finish up, and then Romero is next up. Give Romero a fresh five. But Daryl, did you want to finish?
No, that was it. I appreciate that, Alfonso. No, that was it.
All right, then Romero, you're up. You got a fresh.
My question is this a problem? Are there kids in school that are changing their names to motherfucker? Is that a thing? This is a real question.
No, I'll tell you. I don't know if you were here when I said, but I had a personal experience, not to do with kids, but from a claimant who was getting a check every week who literally changed his name to motherfucker and wanted us to change the name of his checks to motherfucker. That was real. But in school, no. The reason why I brought up that example is because it was said it's just a word.
Are you sure this isn't serious, Joe? Shut up about Eddie. With my brother who was nervous.
Well, of
You
course
make a lot
they
of people
do.
nervous.
Of course
Only
they do.
sinners. Everybody!
Is everything all right in here, Dave?
We're fine! Did you see anybody in the hallway? Did you see anybody in the hallway?
Tell me, what is
Mrs. Clelia.
You saw Mrs. Clelia walking around?
Benzion?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly. A sign of the zodiac. The Gemini symbol, the twins. That was 15 years ago. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Temple, why are you encouraging this? Shut your mouth!
Said that he wanted to be go by motherfucker.
Stretch your memory. What was he wearing when you got him in? Do you recall?
That was quite some time ago.
Was he dressed like a priest?
Like a priest?
Were there any signs of injuries, blood, lacerations?
That would be in the file.
It is not in the file. You son of a bitch! I believe! My God! And of course, no.
She's a woman.
The answer, you asked the question, wait for the answer, please. This discussion started off about an hour and a half ago when we were talking about whether or not
Enjoy.
teachers and schools should be required to inform parents that
Kinderman.
their kids want a different gender name.
One notices pearls before sex.
Okay. Okay. So then I am
We're fine!
that this is because there are supposedly children
Enjoy.
at a young age and wanting to go by a different name. When I was growing up in school, which wasn't that long ago, teachers were
Thank you, tell me there's nothing wrong with you. There isn't. Brother Eddie had these same stupid symptoms for years. Your brother Eddie died at the age of 30. So what? He got killed in Vietnam. There could have been some connection. Some connection? Are you sure this isn't serious, Joe? Well, with Eddie there was... You shut up about Eddie!
so
My brother was nervous. You make a lot of people nervous. Only sinners. Everybody!
Is everything all right?
So I'm trying to grasp and understand. Do you have children? So we're interrupting now. Okay, I do have children. Okay. Yeah. You just said this appears to you to be much ado about nothing. Yes. Okay. Would you want the school to notify you if your son wanted to be known by a feminine gender or your daughter wanted to be known by a male gender? Maybe not. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Like, are you saying maybe not, but maybe yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we interrupting again? Are you saying maybe not and maybe yes? Are we interrupting now? Well, I think I'm talking to you. So if I stop you from speaking and ask you a question, yes. Okay, so then I want the same respect back. If I start asking you a question while you're still talking, I don't want your panties in a bunch for you to bitch and moan. Okay, let's move on. So if my daughter has
Culture.
a nickname that I don't know about,
Even
she
Lincoln is
prefers
gay
to go
now.
by that at school, that's kind of her choice to make, right?
Even Lincoln is gay
If
now.
I have such a shitty relationship with my
Even
kid,
Lincoln is gay
that she's
now.
not telling me her preferred nickname or preferred name, something has gone wrong with me.
Call someone.
I have failed communications because she's terrified to tell me her preferred nickname or name. So, would I want to be notified?
LGBTQ.
Yeah, but if it's... Well, then clearly it... Oh, are we interrupting now, Steve?
She was correct.
Clearly it's not much ado about
And
nothing.
call someone and tell her about Lincoln's LGBTQ activity and that you were sorry she was correct. Oh,
Thank
she
you.
will love you.
So, if she has 3 names. She has 2 first names.
She will love you.
Most likely. So she has a choice.
It's all
And
words.
if she decides to go by a different nickname that I'm not aware of,
It's all
that's
words.
fine, right? Because people have different interactions with different people. So she might
You
go
really
I don't
gotta
know,
eat.
by Fluffy Bunny, whatever,
as her nickname
A
with her
woman
friends.
gotta be right.
Am I gonna get
At
my
least twice
panties
a
in a
day.
twist over that? Am I gonna get angry over that?
Go gotta
You
eat.
do, Steve.
Woman gotta be right.
But that
Twice
seems
a
rather
day.
petty to me and small
The
for
girl gotta eat. A woman
Because
gotta
the
be
bigger
right at
conversation
least twice a day.
what kind of trust
Even Lincoln is gay now.
projecting to my child?
Call someone and tell her about Lincoln's LGBTQ activity.
Is that
I'm
what
sorry,
happened to you?
she was correct.
Is
She
that
will
why
love
this is
you.
a problem?
It's all words.
Did you feel
Girl gotta
left
eat.
out of your kids'
A woman
lives?
gotta be right.
Because I don't. She tells me what her preferred name is, how she wants to be addressed. Because I build trust. So, if you need a teacher to tell you something that your child is terrified to tell you, and you're going to make it the biggest issue of your day, then you get the day you deserve, man. Now you can interrupt me.
Is there anything more you want to add?
Maybe later if it pops up. Should I start
All right.
speaking so that you
Well,
can
thank
start
you.
speaking?
Well, since there's nothing else you want to add now, please go on mute. No, I won't drop you. I will keep you on stage. I'll even give you an opportunity for a close. Please go back on mute. Please go back on mute.
You dropped me. I said.
Please go back on mute. I've asked for the third time with a please. Thank you. You can stay on stage, and you can have a chance to say. Fourth time, last time, please go on mute. Okay, well, if you can't follow the rules, now you get dropped to the audience. And, you know, ask him 4 times, please. Even was going to keep him on stage, let him have a last chance to say goodbye, just like everybody else. But he didn't want to respect the rules of the room. And, you know, that's the way some people are. And, yeah, that's the way some people are. So, let's see. If any of the mods want to contribute, now's a good time. If anybody wants to come on stage, now's a good time also. Yeah.
I think Romero made a fair point, and it's this division that there is this perhaps a change of paradigm that we're encountering, where many of us, I guess, boomers and Gen Xers, we didn't know about diversity, all these things, and they didn't treat us with authority, and it was the parents knew best, and we didn't listen. They spanked us, they called us out, they punished us. But I think what we're learning now, and I'm sure Dr. James sympathizes and knows even more positive reinforcement, is what's gonna get us the most effective results. Because negative reinforcement is it can be traumatic, right? I think it's something that sometimes must be used as a last resource. But this is something that I take to heart from the moment my children were born. I rarely tell them no. I usually ask them a question, and when they do something, or they show initiative, or they put an effort into something, I completely shower them with love and praise,
help my wellness.
and not going to the extreme, because there's another thing that came about, which is don't tell a child they're smart, tell them they worked hard and they got it, right? So there's lots of nuances to this discussion, but it's very important to get to the point of if I nurture my child in such a way that they trust me to share their secrets, and I'm not going to go at them and tell them that this is emphatically wrong and you're punished, right? When it might be something for them, an innocent comment they're making, something that, but because we're so hung up on our dogmas, our doctrines, our values, that we start shutting them down. And then they don't trust us, and they don't want to speak to us.
That's, I think, a very important lesson to take to heart.
Hey, Dr. Steve, this is Adrian. Can you put me in the queue?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Buddha, and to me, the Buddha means body. You know, the Buddha said, conquer anger by love, conquer evil by good, conquer the stingy by giving, conquer the liar by truth. Whoever checks his uprisen anger as though it were a rolling chariot, I call a true charioteer. Others merely hold the reins. So to me, when I come in a clown house room, it's basically a journey. You're getting in a car, and some people road rage. So I think this app really indicates who you are or what your anger management level is, your awareness, your kindness, your love, your compassion, your personality. And it's not easy being a mod. And, I got to say, Uncle Steve, when you say, oh, you're a green bean, you can interrupt anytime you want. I mean, maybe being a one mod show, and then I think this app should basically be on a timer where everybody gets 60 seconds to speak and everybody else's mic is muted. That's like a debate. Unfortunately, we have people on this app, myself included, who are road ragers, and I'm trying to educate myself to be more aware about my own anger and rage, frustration, sadness, grief, and I have issues with family. I have issues with people on this app. I have issues with people at work. That's the relativity. And so being aware of anger, I would just say take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, let it go, and say, I'm a flower. That's a type of positive visualization neurolinguistic program. So that's what I try to work on this app. And I think this is a great room. And I just want to say, I think all the speakers' opinions are valuable. But when people talk over one another and you rage on this app, are you not aware of what you're doing to yourself and to others? Thanks for listening. This is Adrian Dittman.
Thank you. I want to comment specifically because you brought up my mods. Yes, I tell my mods that they can interrupt anytime they want, just like I can. But fortunately, my mods know most of the time, 95%, when it's appropriate to do that. We had a mod in the last segment who not only interrupted but broke one of the rules, and without saying so, I basically I advised him that he was doing it, and within minutes he apologized because he realized it was inappropriate.
Oh, believe it or not.
You'll notice that the talking over each other in the entire 3.5 hours we've been here has not lasted more than 10 seconds. You've never had more than one person speaking. We had 2 or 3 times where 4 or 5 people were talking over each other, and I shut that down within 10 seconds. The room is very
Which is our greatest quality of knighthood?
when it comes to
passion,
talking and who interrupts and when it's appropriate to interrupt. Yeah, it's true. Me and the mods are allowed to interrupt when it's appropriate. The other non-mods are not allowed to interrupt. This is true. However, when it comes to the content always has been and always will be completely open. Anybody can come up, whether or not I like them or I can't stand their fucking guts, or whether they disagree with me or agree with me. Everybody is entitled to come up on stage at least once, and as long as they follow the rules, they can stay on the stage. When they don't follow the rules, they get kicked off.
I know, but Uncle Steve, we love you, and I just don't understand your rage and your anger.
I don't understand why you're interrupting me.
Oh, what was that George C. Scott clip you played?
I don't understand why you're interrupting me, unless you want to be put down to the goo. I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I mean, my work here is complete.
All right, good. I'm glad your work is complete, and you've been a first-class escort down to the VIP. Thank you. And by the way, I agree with a lot of stuff that Adrian says. Some of the things I don't agree with, and he cubs up, and as long as he doesn't disrespect or violate the rules, he stays up. Once he does, he gets kicked down, and that's the way it is. We've got till the top of the hour. We're going to go with closing thoughts and burning desires and goodbyes in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if anybody in the audience hasn't come on stage yet and wants to come up and speak about anything, you're encouraged to do so. Let's first go to the mods. If any of the mods want to speak about anything, just unmute and go, and then we'll go to the non-mods. Cora.
Just throughout the course of this whole conversation, I just wonder how many of the people that are commenting actually had to live being terrified of their parents as a child. I know I never would have done anything at school that I didn't want my parents to know about. I wouldn't have done anything at school that defied them because, and yeah, I had trusted adults at school, you know, but the thing is kids talk, people talk, and, you know, if you live in this state of hypervigilance, being a victim of abuse, it's like nitpicking these things is like, it's just not something that comes up. I didn't have the privilege of thinking I could be anything but what my parents expected me to be when I was a child. So, you know, this is just ridiculous. Some of this conversation is just not based in reality. So, and that people are moralizing about it. It's like, if you really care about children, you know, just be a trusted adult that's there, instead of like trying to policyize or legalize or whatever your preferred moral systems. You know, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, it drives me crazy. I just think there's no reality going on there.
And in fact, Cora, you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a comment in the group chat from Victoria, and this is fascinating. Victoria and everybody else, quote, Steve is demonstrating why it is dangerous for some parents to know about their kids' preferences. My house, my rules. Well, that's a good point, Victoria, but you run a couple of houses. You run a couple of regular shows. I would presume that those are your house and your rules as well. So unless you're going to disagree that people can come in to your spaces and violate your rules, I would say exactly the same thing about you. Just felt compelled to throw that in. Yeah, go ahead.
So the way I'm interpreting that comment is, you know, but it doesn't mean that's the case in your Casa de Apel, brick and mortar.
Oh yeah. Her rules in her house are different than my rules in my house. But the point of the matter is, you got to respect the rules regardless of what they are.
But I think what was implied, at least in my mind, in that comment was it was an authoritative statement, and to your children to instill fear into them, right? It doesn't mean that you are doing that, but that's what was implied in the comment. That's what I gathered.
Which is why what's good for the goose is good for the gander. She runs her regular houses, and she has her rules. Now, maybe she was saying, well, the rules are different for different people. In other words, I can interrupt anytime I want, but the people that come on stage, non-mods, cannot interrupt.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's true. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's true in a lot of clubhouse rooms. In fact, I would say, based on my 4 years of experience on Clubhouse, take it for what it's worth, that when you have a room that has hundreds or thousands of people, the mods have different privileges than the non-mods. And one of those privileges is that if you have a green bean, you can interrupt, but if you don't have a green bean, you can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, but so it was extrapolating from Clubhouse to your home with your kids, right? That was the comment. It wasn't your rules on Clubhouse. It was, if you have that attitude with your children at home, and then you tell them, and one of the kids says, I want my name to be motherfucker, and you'll say, this is my house, my rules. You can't do that. The next time that they have an issue or a problem or something they're sensitive about, they won't come to you for help. So it wasn't an allusion to how you run your rooms, but how people run their own houses, and whether that was an accurate representation of what it might be in your private life.
And by the way, Alfonso, apparently you got it right and I got it wrong because Victoria just pointed out that you're right. So, I certainly humbly apologize for mischaracterizing the comment. You got it right and I was wrong. Morning Star is new on stage. Hey, Morning Star, welcome to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I was looking at seeing if the title was the religion matters for economic growth through various channels. Was that the topic, or are we just?
No, that's not the topic or the title. The title is Ask the Atheist, but we have posted at the Jumbotron something from the Pew Research Center. Religion matters for economic growth through various channels, but we really haven't touched on that at all.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, you can talk about whatever you want.
Nice. Well,
Clubhouse is a low IQ chat app where no actual intelligence is ever created.
I'm one of them.
This room should actually be called "How Pissed Off Does Steve Become?"
I am your Clubhouse atheist. Yes.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I halfway agree with you, but halfway don't.
Clubhouse is a low IQ chat app where no actual intelligence is ever created. This room should actually be called "How Pissed Off Does Steve Become?"
If that makes sense.
What you carry into Clubhouse is what you read with. None of intelligence is ever educated to listeners. This is a real great chat app.
Towards religion, even though they don't believe in God. That's, some people refer to it as spirituality. A lot of people in the past couple of decades have been steering away from religions, but they still continue to believe in God. About 80 to 90% of the population in the United States and around the world believes in God or some type of unidentifiable higher power. But at least here in the United States, polls show that only about 60% are affiliated with a religion. So a lot of people agree with you.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. That is incredible knowledge. Well, from my standpoint, I just don't believe any of these books are being orchestrated, especially by whoever's in charge at the time, and everybody devil and dabble put their hands on it and everything. So after, all these years of different kings and stuff get a hold of these Bibles and stuff, I just couldn't go with it. But I believe the universe, everything has a creator. That's just my belief. But the spirituality thing ain't really me. I just believe we've been created. But that's.
Do you think that creator has to be God? Is it possible it's something else?
Well, I believe that it's possible that something else has created us, and then something has created that. It's no telling. We don't know. I don't believe nobody on the planet.
No one on Clown House has ever written a book even close to the magnum opus Bible. Intelligence
affiliated with a religion, and now you're not. Is that correct?
Yeah, but not by choice. I grew up in a Christian household, but as you grow and everybody has intelligence, so you things for yourself. You learn different things, and you put your own mind to things. And me myself, after just thought and thinking and seeing how religion bloomed and everything in different places, I just came to my own.
What type of religion did you say you grew up in your household? I missed that.
Christianity.
Right.
Pretty much.
King
James.
Gotcha. And if you feel comfortable, what steered you away from that sect of Christianity?
Well, just learning about the history of it, and kings, was taking scriptures out, and what I'm saying, and all that different stuff. It just seemed like after kings didn't have their hands on it, everything. I just couldn't believe it. Like after it get passed on to so many people, and people change things and do things to it, it's just like, how could I?
Was there one particular day and time where you made the change, or did it take a while? I know for me it took 5 years.
Well, I started off as a baby in the churches and stuff, so it took me until, a teenage years where I started, just asking questions. But once the internet blossomed and, I got to get different knowledge and, get a little older. So maybe about early 20s, but I always questioned it when I was about maybe like 16, 17. Around it.
Thank you very much for sharing. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I like to add, what is y'all opinion on extraterrestrials? Like, I believe, the universe is so large, so big, so many different stars, so many different planets. I believe that it's a more percent chance that we have other, things out there.
Well, I presume you're referring to intelligent life. I think that in this huge universe where we arguably have 2 billion, 200 billion stars in our own Milky Way galaxy, and we have 200 billion galaxies in the universe, I think there has to be intelligent life out there somewhere, at least in one place. However, I think we have microbial life here on in our own solar system. If you look at the moons of Jupiter and or Saturn, there's a lot of talk about potentially microbial life living in the oceans, although clearly that's different than intelligent life, which I think you're referring to. But I do think that somewhere out there in this mass galaxy, there is intelligent life, which is probably more intelligent than our own. That's what I think. That's a good question. Before we go to closing thoughts and burning desires, let's just go really quickly around the stage. Alfonso, intelligent life out there in the universe? If you want.
I think probabilistically they say that there has to be, because it's so vast, but I have no way of knowing, and even though there's a high likelihood, it seems very slim anyway. And if it is out there, I think the likelihood
We should
of
be
them
here now
connecting
and
with us,
focus on
the
intelligence
vastness
and
of space
communication
and,
with
how
anger management
ridiculous
is the central source of progress.
expansion
How far away it is?
So it would take several thousands of light years, and even in that sense, there's parts of the universe that are flying away from us faster than the speed of light, apparently.
Yeah.
So there's no, to me, it's just bogus to think
Gun
that we
has
could
a
have
low
connected
IQ
with any
chat up
life
with no
form.
actual intelligence.
Yeah, I was going to go around the stage, but
be
we've
called.
got a
How
couple of
pissed off
speakers
this
that I
did
want to
become.
get in. Housekeeping issue.
But you
Mods, don't
carry
bring
into
anybody else
Clubhouse
up.
is what you do.
Thank you very
And
much for that
intelligence
Morning
is
Star. It
very
was
dedicated to
a
us.
pleasure speaking with you.
That is
Please stay on
this is a
stage and
rich chat
we'll
app.
give you an opportunity to say goodbye should you want it. Okay, last two new speakers, Rick and Vasectomy. Rick, welcome back to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about? Rick.
Trying this stupid mute button just to.
That's all right.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I had an interesting day yesterday, and I just wanted to get a take on it. I came home. I was out knocking on doors, doing canvassing, and when I came home, I noticed in front of me there was like kind of a delay on the road, and then I saw tons of flags and a lot of Trump flags, and there was one of those Trump rally, pep rally kind of things going on, and it turned out it
truly are doing great work.
Right across the street in the harbor there, in a parking lot, right across from me. And so I decided
Bravo,
to
sir.
see what's going on, and it was basically a bunch of pretty hardcore Trump supporters having this little rally. And
Congrats, Steve. You truly
there
are
was
doing
five-
great
there
work
was
here
about
and now.
maybe
Bravo,
20,
so
maybe
bravo,
25
Mazel.
cars and trucks. And there was 4 vendors selling flags, hats, shirts, whatever.
Congrats, Steve. You truly are doing great work here and now. Bravo,
Kind
sir.
of like a
Bravo,
farmer's market,
Mazel.
or a flea market kind of a thing. So I went and I looked, and I could not find one piece of gear made in the United States. And so I started talking to the vendors about it. I said, hey, do you have anything made in America here? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, you want to bring jobs back to America, and isn't that what we want to do? We want to bring jobs back and have good paying jobs and make more things here and not buy them from China. So the three countries that I could find were Myanmar was most prevalent for hats. China, there was some of those gold shoes. I don't know if they were official Trump shoes or if they were knockoffs Trump shoes, but those gold boots that he's selling. And then Vietnam. So China, Vietnam, and Myanmar were the three countries. So I asked them about it. They go, well, I hear what you're saying, but you can't make any money if you use things, if you buy stuff made in the United States. And they said nobody will buy it because it'll be too expensive. So I checked the prices on them, and a hat, just a baseball cap, and they had all different kinds of, there was the MAGA hats, the Trump hats, and, there was a fuck Kamala hat. And so I asked them how much the hats sold for, and they said, well, they're from $20 to $30, depending on the hat. And so I have a hat that I bought. I bought it, had it shipped to me. It was $27.50, including shipping. Made in the USA by union workers, SEIU workers, embroidered. I had an embroidered patch up at the top. And it was pretty much the same price. In fact, it was less than some of the hats they were saying. But they were telling me that you can't make any profit if you buy things made in the United States. So it was kind of interesting, and I was wondering if the tariffs go into effect on China, and he's talking 10 to 20% tariffs on things coming from China.
I'm going to give you 1 minute, buddy. I'm sorry, but we're at the end, and I can't get one more person in 1 minute.
That will raise their prices, would it not? By 10 to 20%. And they'd have to raise their prices by 10 to 20%. Now, how come we can have hats made in the United States and they can't? And that's the question, and nobody could answer it. But they're buying from the companies and making America great again, I guess, somehow.
Thank you. And our last new speaker is Vasectomy. Good morning, Vasectomy. Welcome to the show. What'd you like to talk about? Vasectomy, going once.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I came across this realization 3 months ago, and I know it's going to make a mockery of myself, but this is what I came to realize. God is the government. The government and God know each of us individually. They're omnipresent. They have the ability to bring upon the Armageddon. Government starts with G. God starts with G. God's angels are his agencies. And a plethora of other correlations that aren't a causation. I realize how silly I sound. It's what my mind did.
That's okay, no problem. Would you like to add anything else or say goodbye? Because after you finish, I'm going to give you a first-class escort to the VIP.
Goodbye.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that you got that in, first-class escort to the VIP. Now we'll go to Norm. Norm, would you like to say goodbye?
Now it's time to say goodbye.
I'm so glad we had this time together.
Yes. All right. A little bit. I want to recap my original Fresh Five.
As long as you can do it in 90 seconds, go ahead.
Is that what we get? Okay.
Well, you get 1 to 2 minutes to say goodbye. Yes.
All right. Okay. So, Bibi gave a press conference this week and explained that we will not allow Hamas to rearm. We won't allow weapon or terrorists to pass through the Philadelphia corridor between Gaza and Egypt. So I think that's a good decision, and I think it should have been made long ago. We also so when people tell you, oh, it's the children, the babies, the blah, 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 it's bullshit, and it's an example of a sort of a hysterical mind capture. Similarly, when somebody says to you that I've decided that I'm not a boy anymore, and today I'm a girl, or when a girl decides I'm not a girl anymore, today I'm a boy, it's a kind of mental dysphoria, shall we say. If a child is in trouble, if a child has mental dysphoria, if a child starts to doubt their identity, that needs to be communicated to the parents, to the family, to the guardian, to the caregiver, as soon as possible. And a law that disallows that is unconstitutional, and I am absolutely 100% certain it will be tossed out on appeal. And I'll land it there. Thank you, Steve, for another wonderful Sunday morning.
It got quiet. Uncle Steve, are you there?
We're not hearing you guys.
Oh, sorry about that. Hi, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. See, the mods know 5-second rule. Thank you. I forgot to press the button. T, you're up next, but before you say whatever you want to say, I sincerely would like to know how you like the show today. Good, bad, or indifferent, whatever it is.
Mostly good.
Thank you.
I thought you did great, Steve. I'm going to, after this discussion, I'm going to change my name to Kellyanne Jennifer, and we'll see if anybody thinks I have dysphoria or needs to call my parents.
Oh, was that it?
To me, you're Kellyanne from today on.
No. I get
that was it. Thank you.
T, thank you very much. It was a sincere pleasure to have you here. Thank you. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's move on. Let's see. We have Joanna next. Joanna, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I would. And as always, so nice to hear your voices. I love all of you, really, in a more than a clubhouse way. I have a 15 seconds of a song.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
1969.
Brian Adams. Oh, I was wrong.
Good morning.
Ah.
That really takes me back, Uncle Steve.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving me the warm and fuzzies, everyone.
You got it. First class escort. And by the way, the song I was thinking of by Brian Adams is The Summer of '69. So there you go. Let's see. Let's go. Daryl, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, sir. To something, Alfonso said, and to something Morningstar said, if you were to ask me personally, do I think that what's more possible, not probable, but possible, that human beings were engineered by another intelligence, or that human beings were created by some invisible energy that created the rest of the universe, I'd go with the aliens. And my last thing, I talked to Michio Kaku once for an interview, and his idea about this thing about extraterrestrial life is interesting, because he says that we tend to look at it from the scope of our own understanding of not only physics, but organic chemistry. And that he feels that we need to be a little more open to the possibility possibility that we're not as smart as we think we are, and that there could be, a species, civilization, whatever you want to call it, that is really way advanced from us. So I don't discount the possibility. Last thing I'll say, the CIA put out a document in the 40s, and it talked about how to use aliens as a source of intelligence. It's really short, but it was acquired through the Freedom of Information Act. And I would always say I think if the CIA is looking into something, we should probably pay attention to it.
Thank you for that. First class escort to the VIP, and last but not least, before we get to the mods, Morningstar, would you like to say goodbye? Any closing thoughts or burning desires?
Yes, and I'll make this real quick. I'd love to say I think the first thing we're going to discover besides micro life is maybe ocean life. And I also believe that once AI evolved to like a high extent and we start emerging with machine, I believe that we're going to make a whole lot of new discoveries and advance higher than we ever did before. And I believe that we will be able to reach these places that are thousands of light years away. And I believe that we will run into, high advanced civilizations. And I don't believe that we will do it in our lifetime. It might be our kids. Who knows? But I like to say I love this room and goodbye to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away, but I am giving you a first-class escort to the VIP. I want to comment. Yes, I believe in science, although my life is not 100% controlled by science. Science tells us right now that without water, there is no life. You cannot have life without water. So your statement, life in water, is correct. As far as thousands of light years away, let's just remember what that is. That's traveling at the speed of light, which according to Einstein, we cannot do. Currently, about the fastest we could go is about, in space, and be safe about it, is like about 25,000 miles an hour. Light, again, 25,000 miles an hour. Speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. So when we talk about something being thousands of light years away, that's traveling at 186,000 miles per second for thousands of years, just to put it into perspective. And now we go to the mods, who don't get a first-class escort to the VIP, but have to stay on stage and do the heavy lifting until the end of the show. Cora, would you like to say goodbye?
I just, on the whole God versus aliens thing, first of all, if we have a deist God, a God that just
The
created
CIA
the
should
universe
seek an
and
additional
thought,
$10 billion a month to invest in Uncle Steve's
what's the point?
atheism research.
Why worry about it? And the probability of there being like a disembodied mind with a will that did all of this creation it's just improbable and unnecessary. We have good models and explanations for how we came to be, how the universe came to be.
Well, we have here is a failure to communicate.
If you're one of those people that's into alien stuff and philosophy, definitely recommend reading the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Liu Cixin. Obviously not in the Chinese, if you can't read Chinese. But it really, the second book particularly, gets into the reasons why, even if there is intelligent life out there, why it would not want to encounter us and why we would not want to encounter it. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Dr. James, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I will. So I was just thinking about something that was being talked about earlier, and just, essentially the idea of implicit and explicit rules within groups that, either support or work against cohesion and, just having a good time. And so I do see the purpose of being a mod who can model the rules as well as enforce the rules. And so I think maybe that's what I was hearing someone else talk about, maybe trying to get at that in their own way. And but I thought the point itself that was being made was fair. I would say in this room, generally, that tends to be the case. I mean, I don't see a lot of mods being hyper abusive to others. Earlier today, I do my exercise while I'm here, and I was basically at peak heart rate when I chimed in quite loudly at one point, and I think it's a good practice for me to be in that state under stress and to still remain pretty even keel. I think it's a good mental workout to have while I'm having a physical workout, and so I want to thank Norm for helping me feel a little unhinged today, because then I knew I was pushing myself to my limit, and now I can work at it to get that stressed out and still remain calm next time.
Nice, quickly ask a question. My understanding, James, was that you said not fuck you to a person, but it was an expression, and I think that might have been the confusion. That Steve thought you were insulting someone, but you were just using it within the context of expressing an emotion rather than telling someone specifically.
Dr. James, is that accurate?
To be fair, I was very consciously using the word fuck because nothing else could capture how outraged and I was at the ridiculousness of allowing this person to quadruple down on essentially what are not facts. And I was doing my best. If you listen to the replay, which you won't, but if you do, you'll hear me several times calmly coming in and asking him to reflect and different things like that. But that wasn't.
And if I recall correctly, and maybe I'm wrong, eventually what happened was what you said was your A, and then whatever it was, and then that's when I shut it down. But maybe I misunderstood.
No, it's fair, and that's what I'm saying. So I think it's most appropriate for a mod to model behavior that they want to have given. And so that's for me why if I catch myself in that space, I try to just nip it in the bud and just acknowledge it.
I don't mind people dropping F-bombs. I drop F-bombs all the time, but you won't, and again, I'm not accusing you, Dr. James, but you will never hear me say, or at least on this show, you're a fucking idiot, okay? And I'm not saying you said that. I got no problem dropping F-bombs. Matt, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll hop in quick, and I just wanted to say I was at a charity bike ride yesterday. I did 40 miles. Some people did 10. Some people did 100. Big cancer fundraiser in Connecticut. You can't miss it if you're in the Northeast. And they had 2,500 riders, and having 2,500 humans in one place is not something we've done a whole lot of in the last 10 years outside of sports, at least in my experience. And I just want to say it's a great day. I know a lot of people there that would, if they were on Clubhouse, all they would do is say, you have the worst ideas, I hate you, I wish you didn't exist. But when they were coming together for a cause, none of that came up. Everybody got along. And my advice to everybody is it's good to engage with ideas you disagree with to sharpen your argument, but we should never take anything people are saying to each other here personally. Go out, touch grass. The world is a good place and we can make it better. Do the things that make it better.
That's great. Last but not least, Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, got a couple of comments. One quick one is I do not think that humans are gonna be able to get in touch with any intelligent life forms outside. I think we're gonna perish or have evolved into something radically different, fused with technology and nano, whatever ridiculousness is coming up for humanity and life on Earth. But that's like light years away. I don't think we're gonna be able to, see alien life forms in the near future. And near means, thousands of years, right? And the other one was, I wanted to comment a little bit on what we're doing with the Atheism House. This complementary relationship of, I guess, the soft and the hard approach has become a very controversial thing because it's probably heightened the way people perceive these spaces, and it's kind of it's
advertisement. It creates a space where people want to come and see the show. But I think we still make a great team. So, yeah, good job.
Thank you. And with that, we're done. Thank you to all the mods for helping do the heavy lifting. Thank you for everybody in the audience contributing, because without it, the show would not be as good as it is. The last thing in the world I want to do is talk for 4 hours. That's the last thing I want to do. Most people have an agenda. Some people just want to start their day. Some people just want to learn a bit and express their opinion a bit. Everybody has a different motivation for coming in here. I find most of them, over 90-95%, are positive. The show continues to get more popular, and with that are going to come in new people and old people alike, and all we can do is just adjust to it. I do my best to be consistent about it. Most people like the way the show is run. Some people don't. As was said earlier in the chat and whatnot, there's always the leave quietly button, which is not a problem. Take care, everybody. Best to you and your families. I'll be back again next Saturday and Sunday. Be careful on the clubhouse streets.
Farewell, losers. Farewell, friends. I love you. Farewell, friends, I love you. Farewell, friends, I love you.
Just sing a song and think about sunny. Happy trails to you till we meet
Okay, this is Ask the Atheist, Uncle Steve After Party. This is Adrian. I hope you enjoy this room.
You won't believe how old she is.
Excuse me? I ask people who are really fit, what do they do for their workout?
Okay, this is the Ganesha mantra.
If you're not making $158,000 per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage.
So, we're going to start with the rolling hands induction. Okay? Is it okay? You don't have any neck problems? Okay. So what I want you to do, I want you to put your hands out like this. Something like that. Okay? And what I want you to do, I want you to start rolling your hands like this. And every time I say
Different. That's the question every year. What's actually going to make me upgrade this time around?
Well, if you have an iPhone 15 Pro,
Auto aficionado.
sister just bought her first home and she did it.
Okay, so I love this question. Really am dreading the feeling in tune. Okay, I'm gonna kill you. Do not know what I'm saying. A month without a. Okay, my bad. No, the key really.
Wow. What?
Get ready.
Many people say that.
I can't tell you how.
Starbucks.
Have him taken. Captain, you can't watch football without Tostitos. 21 years old. So now a sack of Sam Cook. The top of your Connor. Let's do some redneck surfing. Put her on, baby. What's the name of her pink?
Ew, guys.
screenshots and look at this regarding. And I kind of want it. Yeah, just get 500 screenshots. Someone just screenshot this 500 times.
What a wonderful day!
There was a virus that made apes smarter, and it almost killed all of us.
Why do they want more? She knows the human secrets. What a wonderful day! Red, red, red.
False because it doesn't actually work this way. And you can say, okay, well, you have to agree with the new sub. False because it doesn't actually work.
What's up with me? Check that, find out. Check out that money. Only $1. Fucking, I'll buy it for you. Joe Jackson, that Michael. If you want to start a band, you can make Brian the singer probably the only way you'll ever be happy. Joe Jackson, that Michael. It's free. It's dope. It's dope. Call the Chabad, see if they want it. Daniela Blackman. Otherwise, they're going to toss it. Dope. Call the Chabad, see if they want it. Daniela Blackman. Try a black shirt, otherwise it's send to her. Yeah, space, it's free and works. It's easily worth $1,000. Never say this again. Never say this again. Ancient tech. you want to start a band, you can make Brian the singer. Probably the only way you'll ever be happy. Joe Jackson, that Michael. Check that money. Give it to Chabad for music. Hey, is this Chabad Seattle?
Yes.
Hey, my name is John. There's an incredible electric organ on eBay, and it's free, and it's in Seattle. I don't know if you guys have any space or you guys want an electric organ. It's very nice. It's on eBay. It's only $1. I can send you the link if you guys are interested in it.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, can I text it to you? Is this your cell phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Shavuot Tov, Rabbeinu Shalom. Okay, thanks, you too. Oh, fucking make music for Hashem. Only $1.
Hold on, son. How's policy? Here's a 6-shooter. You'll be wanting the senorita pistols as well? Everything. How's policy? Feel a bit naked, but I'm out. You gentlemen mind if I take his spot? If you play his hand. I would prefer not to.
It is too late. You have regarded the cards.
You seen him, you play him. I ain't angry.
The other
No one compel another man to engage in recreation. Certainly not the son of a gun as ill-humored as yourself. If you deposit your weapon in the receptacle, which concealing of it on your person in the first place was a violation of the rule. And if I don't? Hold on, son. House policy. Here's the six-shooter. You...
Democrats. Democrats.
Six-shooter. You...
Feeling tune. Okay, I'm gonna kill you.
What is the absolute scariest part of buying a house? Well, for most people, it might surprise you.
is my buddy Adrian. One of the
Oh, Adrian.
the party. And I heard that was
Remember here?
The same propaganda.
Well, Russia.
I do understand that. I do understand that Russia is an actor here, and not just a reporter. I do understand this.
Russia is giving money to Iran, for example, because of their drones. They're giving them billions of dollars because of that.
Right. So, but of course he's not going to do that. And anytime he ever does that thing that was just massive just now, before I spoke, he's just going to ramble, which is why he's going to lose the debate.
that response to that nutshell.
No, that's what I'm people speaking.
I asked him, shut your mouth already. I asked Nacho.
How about you give 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Let's say I'm an African and I'm in Liberia. And I say, okay, I'm going to make a policy throughout the whole continent, not just Liberia. All you Liberians get to create country.
I'm sorry, but it's oppression.
How's that oppression?
It is oppression. Because most women right there don't have to change to it's oppression.
What are you talking about?